Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
One, two.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Good morning. Just like to point out that Bob Dooley has supplied some delicious donuts at the back of the room. So thank you, Bob. Very good. Appreciate that. Before we move along, we're going to turn to Executive Director Burton for some announcements this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. My one announcement is in regards to yesterday's conversation about a second closed session. So after just looking over the agenda, we're going to propose that closed session be done at the end of the day on Saturday. So we'll get through the agenda as it stands now. Hopefully it'll go a little bit quicker than usual, and then we'll take up our second closed session at the end of the day. Other than that, that is my only announcement, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn to Vice Chair Hassemer to kick us off on F1. So, Pete.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning all. I'm going to turn to Angela Forstall to give us an overview on this agenda item. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning. This is agenda item F1, the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. You have the West Coast region here that's going to give a brief update on issues and recent development relative to salmon fisheries. There is no reports from the North or Southwest Fisheries Science Center this meeting. And your only action under this agenda item is council discussion.
Thank you very much. I'll look around, make sure no questions on the overview, not seeing any. I will turn to Ms. Susan Bishop for the NIMS report. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. I will be speaking to agenda item F1, supplemental NIMS report. I have a couple of items to bring to your attention or to update you on. NIMS will be conducting an adequate progress review of the Klamath River Fall Chinook rebuilding plan. Section 304E7 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and Regulations 50 CFR 600-310J34 require NIMS to periodically review the rebuilding progress of stocks being managed under their rebuilding plans. We are currently reviewing the rebuilding progress of the Klamath River Fall Chinook stock that is being managed under a rebuilding plan that was approved by NIMS in 2020. So the last adequate progress review for the stock was conducted in 2022. So then again, every couple of years this comes up. It's now 2024. We will present the findings of our review at the March 2025 council meeting is sort of the timeline on this. For any stock for which NIMS makes a determination of inadequate progress. So again, the determination we actually make is if the stock is making inadequate progress toward rebuilding. The Magnuson Act requires that NIMS notify the council via letter and make recommendations for additional management and conservation measures. And then the council is required to develop a new or revised rebuilding plan to be implemented within 2 years. So that sort of just says if we make an affirmative finding, then that's the action that would be needed. So if that was to happen, if NIMS should determine that the stock is making inadequate progress under the rebuilding plan, then we'll work with the council and the affected co-managers to determine the appropriate next step. If we determine that the stock is not making inadequate progress, then there's nothing more to happen. The council will continue to manage the stock under the current rebuilding plan. So that's the first item. Are there any questions on that item?
Look around and see Marcy Remco.
Yeah, on the adequate progress review, you mentioned that you're currently reviewing the rebuilding progress, and your last review was in 2022. I recall us hearing about that at that time. Will the review include information up through 2024 fisheries?
Thank you, Mr. Uremko. I think you need to phone a friend to make sure. No, it will not. It will include through 2023 fisheries.
Thanks.
Any further questions on that portion? Not seeing any.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The second portion of the NINS report is basically just an update to folks on the status of the ESA listing petitions and determinations that are ongoing. There are no new determinations, but this one basically provides a list of the determinations that are under consideration for each of the ESUs or DPSs that have been petitioned, and basically sort of except for the very last one, all of those, NIMS is currently conducting a status review on its to inform its determination on all of those ESUs and DPSs for steelhead and various salmon species. The one that I might draw your attention to is the very last one on the list, and that's the Central Valley Spring Chinook ESU. So what's under consideration is not whether or not the listing is warranted, but what a revisit of the status of that ESU. So currently it's listed as threatened. There's some review to determine whether that status should be revised. That probably would not come as a surprise to the council. NIMS has raised its concerns about that stock. The council is very aware of the very poor status of that stock, particularly in recent years. So those, we will keep the council updated as those decisions are made. And that's all I have, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. On that last point, we heard yesterday in the NIMS overview of its 2025 priorities about the ongoing work in the background on the BIOP and the expected completion of that BIOP by December. I guess my question, which is the same one I asked yesterday, is should we be expecting guidance in the guidance letter come March reflecting the new content of the BIOP? And do you expect any changes that we can be made aware of at this time?
There's no changes that I can make you aware of at this time. And like I said, we will keep the council informed as quickly as we can if there are any changes that would affect council fisheries. I'm not sure at this point what will be in the guidance letter. We're a few months out from that, so I can't give you any more information than what you received yesterday.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Susan. And with that, I believe there are no other reports and no public comment. So that completes all the reporting on this. And we'll look if there's any further discussion to be had on the topic, the NIMS report. And not going to wait too long here. I don't see any. So Angela, have we done everything we need to do?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, you received your report from the National Marine Fisheries Service and you discussed as needed. So you have completed your agenda item.
All right, thank you. Then I will let you flow right into F2 and give us a summary on the next agenda item.
Thank you. This is agenda item F2, final methodology review results and proposed council operating procedure or COP 15 updates. So the salmon methodology review is a 3-step annual process that is intended to help clarify the technical basis for salmon management. The first step starts in April, where the council identifies a list of candidate topics. And then in September, the council is informed of topics that will be ready for review at an October meeting. And then during that third step, which occurs in November after the October meeting takes place and where we are now, the SSC and the STT, the Scientific and Statistical Committee and Salmon Technical Team, provide the results of the review and any recommendations that they have for change. And changes adopted by the council in November are typically to be used for implementation in the coming season, but the council can also provide guidance for handling any unresolved methodology issues, or if they wish to hold off on implementing any changes. Because there is insufficient time for the review of new or modified methods at the March meeting, the council may reject their use if they have not been reviewed and approved at this meeting. In April of this year, you all did not identify any topics for the 2024 Salmon Methodology Review, but in September, the ad hoc Sacramento River Fall Chinook work group did bring forward 3 items. The council moved 2 of these forward, and that was a cohort reconstruction for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook salmon and comparison with the Sacramento Index. And the second was an updated FMSY proxy and SMSY SMP ratio for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The third item that the Sacramento River Work Group brought forward was regarding uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecasts. It did not recommend it for review this year, but you all did note that it may be a topic suitable for review in a future year. So the review did take place on October 4th, 2024. It was an online meeting this year. The full SSC and recommendations will be provided to the council, and you may approve any new methodologies based on this review. In addition, council staff has worked on providing some edits to the COP 15, which outlines this salmon methodology review process. The COP has not been updated for a number of years, and we are intending for these updates to better reflect how this methodology review takes place and the contributions that both the STT and SSC are making during this review. So staff have drafted up some proposed edits, which is included as an attachment in attachment 3 to your document. And this was also brought forward to the STT and SSC for discussion on if these proposed changes do adequately reflect how this review does take place each year. So your council action for today is to approve the use of methodologies recommended from the Salmon Methodology Review as appropriate for use beginning in 2025, provide guidance as needed for any unresolved methodology issues, and consider and approve for public review administrative updates to COP 15, which you are currently scheduled to take final action on at the March meeting. You have a number of review materials and reports under this agenda item. There is a tribal report, as well as 2 reports from both the SSC and the STT. We'll be going through their methodology review reports first, followed by their reports on COP 15 updates. And then on the methodology review, you also have a report from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. There's currently 1 public comment signed up under this agenda item. And with that, I can turn it back to you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Angela. I'm going to look around. There are a lot of things here, a lot of reports, make sure everything is clear on the overview. And not seeing any questions, we will move directly into the reports. First, we have a tribal report, David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading the report agenda item F2A, Tribal Report 1. The Northwest Indian Fish Commission statement on the model evaluation work group and salmon methodology review. The Northwest Indian Fish Commission reiterates the points from our previous statement on the model evaluation work group. June 22nd, agenda item C7A, supplemental tribal report 1, and offers the following additional thoughts on how best to serve the needs of the council and relative to reviews of the Fisheries Regulation Assessment Model, FRAM, and related salmon modeling to ensure that they reflect the best scientific information available. Our comments are about the function and the current structure of the MU and are not a reflection of the work group members or the staff involved. The MU was originally established with the intent of producing documentation for the Chinook and Coho FRAMs. To date, the progress on the Chinook and Coho FRAM documentation has been a co-manager work product. Additionally, the MU's scope has expanded beyond the original task of providing documentation for the FRAM. And in some years, the MU is tasked with participating in the annual salmon methodology review with the salmon technical team and scientific and statistical committee, the SSC, and the salmon subcommittee. The Northwest Indian Fish Commission is concerned that the MU has, as structured, does not serve as an independent review body for changes to the FRAM and is a redundant in development of the review process already in place for the FRAM. 3 of the 4 current members of the MU are members of the STT, and a high degree of overlap leads to the appearance of conflicts of interest with the STT and the MU members reviewing work that they have produced and helped produce. Prior to the adoption in the use management, any proposed new FRAM methodologies or changes to the existing FRAM methodologies should be presented to the Council's SSC and the STT for scientific review and consideration of the technical aspects of implementation, respectively, as is done of other work fisheries management plans, FMPs. This would increase transparency vis-a-vis authorship of work products and independence of the reviewers and better meet the needs for a thorough and defensible independent scientific and technical review in keeping with the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. This also would be more in keeping with the fact that ownership of the FRAM resides with the state and tribal co-managers and not the PFMC. The standard for review needs to be the same across all FMPs and the council's operating procedures. Specific standards for the peer review process and the selection of the review are listed in the regulations implementing National Standard 2 under the Magnuson Act, 50 CFR 600.315. In particular, the reviews should not have contributed to or participated in the development of the work product or scientific information under the review, and the reviewer's responsibility should rotate across the available pool of qualified reviewers when possible. COP 15 should be updated to reflect these standards and to ensure that the salmon methodology review is consistent with the Council's other FMPs. Additionally, the salmon methodology review should occur as needed, as is the same for the groundfish and coastal pelagic species. As been expressed previously, the Northwest Indian Fish Commission has strong reservations about the conflicts of interest within the MU, with many members of the MU and the SDT reviewing their own work. Given the ethical challenges this poses and the ongoing considerations around the council's workload and budget, the Northwest Indian Fish Commission recommends that the MU should be disbanded and reviews of changes to the FRAM methodology should be conducted with a clear terms of reference, transparency, and independence. Doing so would make the salmon methodology review process more consistent with the FMPs and National Standard 2 regulations. Additionally, there have been ongoing concerns with the capacity of the STT. Disbanding the MU could free up additional resources to increase the STT membership. If the MU is to continue its membership structure, responsibilities, and tasks and operating procedures, all require careful consideration, review, and revision. The MU should develop work products based on the defined need that is not redundant to the co-manager's efforts or the STT and SSC review process. Additionally, the MU membership should be more diverse and independent, with only designated representative each of the STT and the SSC. That concludes the report. If there are any technical questions, I do have Galen. Here.
All right.
To help answer those.
Thank you. I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the tribal report. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No questions, just thanks to Mr. Solons for bringing the statement forward. I will have some thoughts to share when we get down to council discussion.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, and thanks, Mr. Sones. My question is in the second paragraph. The report states that to date, the progress on the Chinook and Coho FRAM documentation has been a co-manager work product. So I wasn't quite sure what that meant and was hoping just to get a little clarification on that.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. I believe it's the co-managers with the state and the tribes have been working on this, and maybe that's where we will continue to do that work.
Thank you. Any other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not a question, but just a clarification to Ms. Riding's question. NIMS was involved in helping with that documentation on the FRAM model.
Right. Any other questions on the tribal report? Not seeing any. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Next, we will move into our first SSC report. Dr. Galen Johnson is here to give that report. Good morning, Galen. And the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was a little green, but not enough green. Morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks. And hello to the new council members. I am Galen Johnson of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and the SSC Salmon Subcommittee Chair, and I'll be reading agenda item F2A, the supplemental SSC Report 1. The Scientific and Statistical Committee received a report summarizing reviews of salmon methodology topics conducted by the SSC Salmon Subcommittee with the Salmon Technical Team via webinar on October 4th, 2024. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee received presentations and documents for 2 review topics: a cohort reconstruction for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook salmon in comparison with the Sacramento Index, and an updated FMSY proxy and SMSY SMP ratio. The SSC endorses the updated cohort reconstruction and the updated FMSY proxy of 0.58 for Sacramento River Fall Chinook and finds them to be the best scientific information available. The STT briefed the SSC on the implementation challenges and schedule. For the cohort reconstruction, the Sacramento Index and cohort reconstruction are intended to support management by quantifying the ocean abundance of adult age 3+ Chinook salmon at the start of each fishing season, identifying harvest impacts on adult Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and determining adult escapement predicted to occur in the absence of fishing. The results from the new cohort reconstruction analysis account for additional biological processes and incorporate multiple new data sources. In addition, the cohort reconstruction incorporates uncertainties associated with coated wire tag sampling and the scale aging procedure to provide confidence bounds for estimates of abundance and harvest. The SSC finds that the changes introduced in the cohort reconstruction represent considerable improvements over the Sacramento Index and endorses its use for management decision-making. The Sacramento Index calculation excludes ocean harvest north of Cape Falcon and considers harvest in only the current management year. For consistency, these limitations were also imposed on the cohort reconstruction in the initial comparison of the two. The authors also documented the effects of including ocean fishery impacts north of Cape Falcon and earlier in ocean residency. The SSC agrees that including harvest information from north of Cape Falcon was advisable to accurately represent ocean harvest for Sacramento River Fall Chinook in both the SI and the cohort reconstruction. In terms of including harvest impacts earlier in ocean residency, this seems logically appropriate to do in the postseason when making status determinations, comparing cumulative exploitation rates to the maximum fishing mortality threshold, but not in the preseason when determining the year-specific exploitation rate expected to achieve an escapement target. For the updated FMSY proxy and SMSY SMP ratio, the Sacramento River Working Group developed criteria for which analyses to include in developing a new proxy, such as the use of recent data and similarity to Sacramento River Fall Chinook in ocean distribution and life history traits. The SSC agrees with the decision of the Sacramento Work Group to use Klamath and Rogue Fall Chinook stocks for the new FMSY proxy. The mean and median FMSY and SMSY SMP ratio are the same, 0.58. In future cases where the mean and median are not equal, the SSC supports using the median as it is more risk neutral, as it is a more risk neutral measure. if the 0.58 value is adopted, the new FMSY should be included in the salmon fishery management plan and in the appropriate tables and text in the stock assessment and fishery evaluation documents. The SSC also recommends that FMSY values be revisited for all Chinook stocks and a similar exercise be carried out as appropriate.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Johnson on the SSC report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Galen. I'm looking at near the end of page 1, your discussion on harvest information for north of Cape Falcon. I know this has been a big discussion point, and it sounds like you've settled on the recommendation to include these impacts in a postseason analysis when making status determination, and not in the preseason when determining year-specific exploitation rate expected to achieve a target. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on the thinking here and how you reached the conclusion you did.
So I'm not sure your question quite matches up to what our recommendation was in terms of the fisheries north of Cape Falcon, and I'm trying to think and read at the same time. Our idea is that the spawner recruit reduction, and hopefully someone from the work group will shout at me if I'm saying the wrong thing. The spawner recruit reduction should be just from 1 year, from the year of interest for the preseason process, but that we would use the spawner reduction rate for all ocean impacts for the postseason process. But I believe the Cape Falcon, the fisheries north of Cape Falcon would be included for both. And I'm trying to read to make sure that we didn't. So when we said in terms of including harvest impacts earlier in ocean residency, that is referring to fishery impacts in previous years in all areas, including north of Cape Falcon. Does that match up better?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. I was looking actually at the second part of that paragraph and including the impacts in a postseason analysis for purposes of status determination, where we're looking at the cumulative ERs compared to the MFMT. And then it says, but not in the preseason when determining year-specific exploitation rate expected.
Right. So that's that spawner reduction rate, or whether to include just the impacts from part of the year, but it would be impacts from all fishing areas for just 1 year, or impacts from all fishing areas for all years that they're in the ocean.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay. Thank you for your response. I might try a slightly different question.
Yeah.
Did the SSC and the STT agree on this point and on the application?
Yes, we didn't do our entire discussion together, but my understanding of where we ended up and what the STT presented to us when they were summarizing their conclusions is that we're on the same page, that it does not make sense to use the SRR for all years in the preseason, at least if we want to keep management kind of working the same way it has been and keep the STT happy.
Great, thank you. I understood that answer. Okay. Thanks so much.
Sorry.
If I may, another, thank you. Moving a little bit further toward the end of your report and you're talking about the new recommended FMSY value of 0.58. You mentioned that it should be included in the Salmon FMP and in the appropriate tables and text. In the SAFE documents, we obviously prepare SAFE documents annually as part of our preseason process. Maybe you can elaborate on the discussions that the SSC had, or maybe that you had with council staff on an upcoming Salmon FMP amendment. Would there be an expectation of an FMP amendment in conjunction with the annual management cycle? And if you're not the right person to answer this, I guess I'm interested in council staff maybe addressing this, or whoever may know more, what the plan might be for incorporating the new FMSY value into the FMP. If this is the one and only thing we conquer in a plan amendment process, or if maybe someone can help us understand the thinking a little better. Thank you.
Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Umko. For updating this, it wouldn't be required to be an FMP amendment, but that is something we could do to make it cleaner.
Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just another possibility is that we may have another correction to make to the FMP with regard to the Grays Harbor value. And so we may want to capture both of those for efficiency's sake in an FMP amendment. So we need to talk about timing. It would also depend on how this, what the council ultimately decided in the use of this value and the timing of that. So I know that we also have some comments from other advisory bodies that are suggesting a different time frame in implementing it, and the intersection with the Sacramento Fall Chinook work groups work. So I think ultimately the timing and the FMP piece will depend on what the council's decisions on those pieces as well.
All right, thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Johnson, for reading this. My question is on the last part of the report. It says the SSC also recommends that FMSY values be revisited for all Chinook stocks and a similar exercise be carried out as appropriate. So I'm curious a little bit about what that conversation that the SSC had and what was the rationale for that recommendation.
This is something that's come up a fair amount between both the SSC and the STT lately, or over the past couple of years, that a number of the values are fairly stale in the report. And, you know, maybe what's in there is still BSIA, but we should look to make sure. And this proxy that had been used for Sacramento River Fall Chinook is also used for a number of other stocks, and it only includes data from about 1946 to 2000, and nothing from the last almost quarter century. And as you all hear on a daily basis in this room, there are a number of changes to climate and management and all sorts of other things that have happened in the past quarter century. And perhaps it's time to consider updating those numbers for all the stocks, or at least the ones that use the proxy, although that's another discussion.
Thank you. Further questions, Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a clarification from Dr. Johnson. Most of those values are generally derived by the co-managers, particularly the tribes. Have there been discussions with the tribes about the recommendation that the SSC has made?
Not in the past day or so. So I imagine that will come up in preseason meetings.
Thank you. Any other questions on the SSC report? The first report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Galen. Next, we will have the first STT report, Salmon Technical Team. We have Dr. Mike O'Farrell and Candace Morgenstern here to deliver that. Good morning to both of you. Get situated and fire up the microphones, and whoever's going first, start when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be going first. I'll be referring to agenda item F2A Supplemental STT Report 1, STT Report on 2025 Salmon Methodology Review. The STT and the Scientific and Statistical Committee Salmon Subcommittee held a Salmon Methodology Review meeting on October 4th, 2024, and discussed the two topics slated for review. One, derivation of the proxy SMSY SMSP ratio and MSY value suitable for use for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And two, Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction in comparison to Sacramento Index. With regard to item number one, the derivation of proxy SMSY MSP ratio and FMSY value suitable for Sacramento Fall Chinook, Dr. Will Satterthwaite of the SSC and the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group presented work focused on updating the FMSY value used for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Because not all salmon stocks have direct estimates of FMSY based on stock-specific data, a proxy was developed in 2011. That Chinook FMSY proxy was based on an average FMSY value, was based on an average of FMSY values estimated for 20 stocks distributed across the U.S. West Coast, resulting in an FMSY proxy of 0.78. Since the development of the proxy, additional information has become available. The STT supports the effort to create a new proxy for Sacramento River Fall Chinook based on more recent data from Chinook stocks that are more similar geographically and in life history characteristics. Sacramento River, the SRWC recommended an FMSY proxy for Sacramento Fall Chinook of 0.58 based on the mean of FMSY estimates for Klamath River Fall Chinook and Rogue River Fall Chinook. Criteria were provided by the SRWG for selecting these two stocks from the range of other stocks that had independent estimates of FMSY. For example, stocks with a more northerly distribution than Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and or stocks for which the majority of brood years were from before the late 1970s were omitted from the proxy. The STT and the SSC Salmon Subcommittee discussed whether other stocks should be included in the proxy, but ultimately determined that the Klamath River Fall Chinook and Rogue River Fall Chinook stocks were the most representative of Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And so the STT recommendation is that the STT supports updating the FMSY proxy value for Sacramento River Fall Chinook from 0.78 to 0.58, consistent with the recommendation of the Sacramento River Working Group beginning in 2025. And I'll now turn it over to my colleague to the left here.
Thank you, Mike. Regarding the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction, Dr. Emily Chen provided a presentation on a new SRFC cohort reconstruction detailed in Chen et al. 2024 that could replace the current Sacramento Index of Abundance. The SI is vital to planning ocean fisheries in the area south of Cape Falcon, Oregon, because it informs both the Sacramento harvest model and the harvest control rule in designing ocean salmon fisheries seasons. The SI is the sum of ocean harvest south of Cape Falcon, recreational river harvest, and escapement. Estimates of the SI are available going back to 1983. The STT and the SSC both agreed that the proposed cohort reconstruction is an improvement over the SI because it includes age structure, natural mortality, non-retention fishing mortality, and age-specific maturation rates. This should result in more accurate estimates of ocean abundance, exploitation rates, and projected escapement to better inform the pre-season fishery planning process. However, new data streams and model inputs would need to be in place prior to annual implementation. The recommendations for the new SRFC cohort reconstruction analysis differ from the current status quo management practices and from the the Klamath River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction in two notable ways listed below. While these recommendations have technical merit, logistical and policy implications should be weighed to determine if they are suitable for incorporation and into management at this time. One, incorporating SRFC harvest and impacts from fisheries that occurred north of Cape Falcon. The SI does not account for harvest and fishing related mortality that occurs in fisheries north of Cape Falcon, Oregon, because prior assessments determined that the mean proportion of SRFC harvest to overall harvest in fisheries occurring north of the Cape Falcon was minimal. The Chen et al. Cohort reconstruction found that including ocean harvest in fisheries north of Cape Falcon increased SRFC ocean harvest estimates by a mean of 4.8%. Accounting for SRFC harvest in north of Falcon fisheries would result in more accurate estimates of ocean abundance and provide a more complete characterization of harvest estimates and exploitation rates of this stock. A decision to incorporate impacts to SRFC in north of Falcon fisheries would require subsequent changes to current modeling methods and management frameworks. Both the abundance forecast and the Sacramento harvest model would need to be modified to account for impacts that occur in north of Falcon fisheries. Further consideration and direction would be needed to determine how to estimate and account for these additional impacts during the pre-season planning process and in post-season assessments. 2, modify the calculation for spawner reduction rate and the potential escapement absent fishing. Potential escapement absent fishing is the projected number of spawners expected to return if no fishing were to occur. This value is used in the calculation of the spawner reduction rate or the reduction in overall spawning abundance due to all fishing impacts. For the SI and in the cohort reconstruction for Klamath River Fall Chinook, this metric is calculated for the current year only, meaning the potential escapement absent fishing is the projected number of spawners expected to return had no fishing occurred in the current year. In the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction, Chen et al. Recommends modifying the calculation to include any additional spawners that may have escaped had there not been any fishing on the entire cohort, i.e. no fishing in the current year or in prior years that would have impacted the returning cohorts. This method ultimately increases the estimate of the exploitation rate, i.e. the spawner reduction rate. Chen et al. Defines the spawner reduction rate for the current year as SRRY, and the spawner reduction rate accounting for fishing mortality incurred in the current year and in prior years as SRR. The STT would like to acknowledge that the SRR may be better suited for post-season estimation of exploitation and for use in stock status determinations, but it would not be the most appropriate measure of exploitation from a pre-season planning perspective. SRRY would be better suited for planning ocean fisheries and informing the harvest control rule because the use of the exploitation rate in this scenario is to project the current year fishing impacts and resulting escapement following execution of those current year fisheries. STT recommendation. The STT supports the use of the new Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction and considers it an improvement over status quo. The STT recognizes that a stepwise approach to achieving the full potential of a cohort run reconstruction will require time and coordination. If the council decides to adopt this method for Sacramento River Fall Chinook run reconstruction and agrees to implement this concept beginning in 2025, then components of this method would have to be introduced over time. The STT would recommend using post-season exploitation rates derived from the cohort reconstruction as available for stock status determinations beginning in 2025. The STT acknowledges that accounting for harvest of Sacramento River Fall Chinook and north of Falcon fisheries results in a more complete characterization of overall mortality of Sacramento River Fall Chinook. However, the current Sacramento River Fall Chinook abundance forecasts and harvest models are not currently set up to accommodate this. accounting for Sacramento River Fall Chinook impacts and north of Falcon Fisheries would not be ready for implementation in 2025, but the STT would recommend incorporating it into the modeling and assessment of Sacramento River Fall Chinook in the near future. A cohort reconstruction model will need to be updated annually with recent data in order to incorporate it into the annual assessment and management of Sacramento River Fall Chinook. This will require substantial changes to existing data streams, workload, and commitments from responsible agencies, primarily the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Should the requisite data streams become available, the STT would suggest that future work focus on using the results of the cohort reconstruction to 1, reparameterize the Sacramento harvest model, and 2, develop an age-based forecast for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Additionally, the STT recommends using the spawner reduction rate, SRR, for calculating the postseason assessment of exploitation and for use in status determinations, but using the SRRY for calculating preseason exploitation rates applied to the harvest control rule. Given there are different applications better suited for either SRR or SRRY, this necessitates adopting 2 ways of estimating this measure of exploitation. Careful consideration needs to also be given when applying these calculations to a preseason forecast and a postseason assessment of exploitation, because improper application or comparison of these slightly different metrics would give conflicting results. That concludes the STT's report.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the Salmon Technical Team report? There's a lot in there. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a question for Candace, I think. The last sentence that you talk about, you're cautioning, the STT is cautioning us about making sure that you aren't confounding preseason and postseason. You're sort of using, as I understand it, using 2 different tools in some ways, 2 different values. So setting up management preseason sort of based under one paradigm and assessing that management postseason. And I understand, I think, that what you're saying is you could do that beginning next year. So my question is the STT recommending that we should start this next year, at least the postseason assessment, or that it might be better to wait until the systems are aligned and the preseason and postseason are on a comparable basis?
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Thank you, Vice Chair. To clarify a little bit further, what would be ready for use in 2025 is reporting the version of exploitation rates, the SRR version of exploitation rates, for just reporting purposes and stock status determinations for the years that we have available from the cohort reconstruction in 2025. What would not be ready for 25 is the preseason planning preseason planning use of SRRY, because that would necessitate use of cohort reconstruction and, it would necessitate the use of modifying the harvest model and the forecast to calculate those on different metrics and include north of Falcon Fisheries. So those types of assessments wouldn't be ready for 2025, that preseason, postseason comparison of those 2 different exploitation rates. But once we have more of these pieces in place, then we could do that preseason, postseason analysis. And we're just advising caution that we just need to be, really the STT needs to be very careful when comparing preseason and postseason metrics because they're calculated slightly differently. So we need to ensure we're doing the calculations correctly to be comparing apples to apples.
Thank you. Further questions? Doesn't look like there's any questions. Thanks, both of you.
Thank you.
Next, we will have the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. And Candace, I believe that's you.
Hello again. I'll be reading the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Supplemental Report, agenda item F2A. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife report on infrastructure needed to incorporate cohort reconstruction into a Sacramento River Fall Chinook assessment and management. Benefits of a Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife would like to recognize the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction completed by Dr. Chen and her colleagues as a major accomplishment and the culmination of years of intensive monitoring work in ocean fisheries, river fisheries, and in hatchery and natural area spawning escapement surveys by collaborating agencies. The National Marine Fisheries Service, CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of Water Resources, Yuba River Management Team, and the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission have upheld ongoing commitments for nearly 2 decades to collect, process, and analyze coded wire tag recovery data and scale age data from ocean and inland monitoring programs integral to the completion of this work, incorporating 10 successive brood years. The current metric of abundance used to inform fishery planning and assessment of Sacramento River Fall Chinook is the Sacramento Index, which is an aggregate age index of adult ages 3+ abundance, equivalent to the sum of ocean harvest, inland harvest, and inland spawning escapement. The abundance forecast of the SI serves both as the estimate of ocean abundance at the start of the fishing season and as the forecast estimate of escapement a year later in the absence of fisheries. Under the current management approach for Sacramento River Fall Chinook and as described in the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan, the SI forecast is instrumental to the preseason fishery planning process because the adult ocean abundance informs the x-axis of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Harvest Control Rule, which establishes the maximum allowable exploitation rate for the stock. The SI has been shown to underestimate ocean abundance and overestimate projected escapement in the absence of fisheries, due in part to its inability to account for natural mortality, non-landed fishing mortality, and maturation rates. The SI therefore assumes that all adults that were not harvested in the ocean will mature and return to the river each year to spawn. Unlike the SI, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction is a complete measure of abundance rather than an index, utilizing age-based estimates of freshwater returns and sequentially adding in sources of mortality to rebuild the size of a cohort back through time to an earlier point in time, i.e. age 2 ocean abundance. A Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction requires age-specific harvest and escapement data, which are derived from coded wire tag recoveries of hatchery fish and from aging scales collected from natural origin fish recovered in inland surveys. The Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction completed by Chen et al. For run years 2010 through 2019 provided estimates of ocean abundance, projected escapement, ocean harvest, and exploitation rates, as well as providing additional data metrics that the SI does not provide, such as estimates of natural mortality, non-retention mortality, and maturation rates. Additionally, these data metrics are specific to age and origin, providing a significant improvement in understanding of harvest, exploitation, and abundance of natural origin and hatchery origin fish. Although the current Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction only covers 10 brood years, the informational value of a cohort reconstruction would be expected to increase with an increasing number of years analyzed. CDFW recognizes that the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction is a significant improvement over the Sacramento Index and has potential to improve management for California's ocean and inland salmon fisheries. When coupled with age-based abundance forecasting, a Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction has significant potential to improve forecasts of preseason ocean abundance and projected escapement after accounting for fishing. These modeling and forecast improvements would offer more refined information for use in planning California's ocean and inland fisheries each year. Preseason versus postseason implementation of a Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction. Incorporating the cohort reconstruction into the Council's annual management cycle will require substantial changes to existing data flows, increased commitments from partner agencies, and assignment of new responsibilities within CDFW to develop and maintain new data systems and data streams needed to allow for annual updating of the cohort reconstruction. To achieve the full utility and benefits of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction, it needs to be updated annually during the council's preseason planning process and incorporated into an age-based abundance forecast, as is done each year for Klamath River Fall Chinook. At present, portions of the Sacramento inland escapement and scale age data are available on a 2-year lag. Increased commitments would be required from CDFW and partner agencies to expedite the process for processing and transmitting data on a timeline that could inform the preseason management process. Robust inland surveys conducted by CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DWR, and YRMT are currently in place throughout the Sacramento Basin to gather the requisite CWT and scale data necessary to generate age-specific escapement data for hatchery and natural origin fish. Hatchery escapement data for Sacramento River Fall Chinook are provided by the Coleman National Fish Hatchery, Feather River Fish Hatchery, and Nimbus Fish Hatchery. The Central Valley Angler Survey monitors sport fisheries occurring on the Sacramento main stem and in the Feather and American rivers. There are also 10 plus individual surveys monitoring natural area escapement using a variety of survey methods such as carcass surveys, video counts, and/or red surveys in the areas of the main stem Sacramento, on the American, Feather, and Yuba rivers, and in a multitude of upper Sacramento tributaries. In order to perform an annual preseason cohort reconstruction, all participating agencies and surveys would have from the start of spawning season until late January to conduct field sampling, age scale samples, process coded wire tags, enter and QA/QC data, estimate sampling expansions, and produce the age-specific run size estimates needed to inform the cohort reconstruction. Alternatively, annual postseason updates of the cohort reconstruction could still inform postseason stock assessments and provide better data inputs to reparameterize the Sacramento harvest model. Although this option foregoes management improvements associated with age-based abundance forecasting, it may be a reasonable starting point for incorporating the cohort reconstruction into annual management because the timeline required for preparing data and running models would be extended by roughly a year as opposed to a few months. Additional workload considerations. In either scenario, significant work would be required to expedite status quo data processing timelines, and success is contingent upon garnering increased commitments from partner agencies to adhere to these timelines. Additionally, new tools, R programming functions, and databases need to be constructed in order to take on the task of annually developing age-specific run size estimates and maintaining the Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction. Data systems need to be built to consolidate Sacramento Basin survey data, CWT recovery data, and scale age data in order to generate sample expansions, estimate hatchery and natural proportions, and apportion age structure. New R coding functions need to be developed to generate the outputs and inputs that link the data between the age-specific run size estimates and the cohort reconstruction and the Sacramento harvest model. This additional workload and responsibility needs to be assigned within CDFW. The individuals taking on these responsibilities need to be tenured staff, well-versed in the escapement monitoring in the Sacramento Basin, and familiar with using CWT and scale age data to generate estimates of hatchery versus natural contributions to harvest and escapement. The assigned stewards need to also be well connected to the council's preseason process to ensure smooth delivery and integration into the forecast modeling work of the salmon technical team. Importantly, there is already an exemplar for the process of developing annual age-specific run size estimates, cohort reconstruction, and age-based abundance forecasting in the Klamath Trinity system for Klamath River Fall Chinook. For this basin, a Klamath River technical team meets annually at the end of January, where survey leads convene and discuss survey methodologies and provide coded wire tag and scale data that they have collected and processed themselves. In the week-long meeting, the group makes decisions to apportion the age structure to the hatchery and natural origin components to develop age-specific escapement estimates from the entire basin. State, federal, and tribal agency personnel contribute to the work of the Klamath River Technical Team and have successfully maintained an ongoing commitment to meeting attendance, as well as the monitoring, data collection, and data processing that occurs each year, which culminates annually into the Klamath River Fall Chinook abundance forecast. A multi-agency work group analogous to the Klamath River Technical Team could be useful to develop age-specific run size estimates to inform a Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction and subsequent age-based abundance forecast for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. While perhaps a Klamath River Technical Team-like group wouldn't be necessary indefinitely, it would be beneficial, at least for the initial development phase, to coordinate and combine survey data and create the tools needed for generating age-specific escapement data required for cohort reconstruction. Conclusion. For Sacramento River Fall Chinook, annual updates of the cohort reconstruction for use and management will not be ready for 2025 management cycle. Although the data required to inform a Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction largely exists, further refinements in data processing timelines, development of new tools, models, and databases, and defining new roles and responsibilities are required for annual cohort reconstructions to inform management and assessment of Sacramento River Fall Chinook. CDFW recognizes the importance of this work for improving management of California's ocean salmon fisheries and intends to explore next steps in the planning and coordination process to achieve the shared goal of improving management of the Central Valley Stock Complex. With that, I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Morgenstern on the CDFW report? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessemer, and thank you, Candace, for the report. I know you can't answer for other agencies, but we're seeing, as you point out in the report, about a 2-year delay and needing to go to maybe 2 months or less in order to make this work. Speaking for your own agency, what is it going to take in terms of personnel and money to make that happen, and when might that happen?
Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik, for the question. Thank you, Vice Chair. Hard to speak to a timeline question, and I've anticipated that question would be forthcoming. But from an agency perspective, in terms of resources needed to complete this work, we need a few people, a couple people to lead the sort of work to gather this data and you develop the tools, utilize the tools for implementation. We do have expertise within the department to bring those people on. Like we have a blueprint for a ship is an analogy that we've been throwing around recently in describing this work. But we need ship builders. And that would be a handful of people, a few people. But in order to get some of the modeling or get some of the data processing items over the hump, that would be a few more people. That would be building a little bit more capacity into a scale age project that we have ongoing. In terms of funding, I couldn't speak to that without more, thorough look into it, but funding to support several additional people, I suppose. In terms of the timeline and commitment of other agencies, I'm thinking this would take, this is my personal opinion, kind of shooting from the hip. If we were to get commitments from the requisite agencies to expedite their timelines, this would be a couple years out, a few years out, before we could start to inform the annual preseason process.
Thank you. Further questions? Marcia Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I just may tack on a bit to Candace's response to Mark's question. I would say the department definitely sees value and priority in further explorations and building of the resources necessary to bring about all that's desired from a preseason cohort reconstruction in our and forecasting into our annual process. Regarding the budget, I do believe that we are planning to ask for some additional resources through a budget change proposal process in the upcoming future. But at this immediate time, there aren't new resources identified anywhere in the department's budget or state budget. But again, I think we're committed to exploring new sources of funding. But I think I just want to highlight the purpose of our report here is to make sure that we take a chance to memorialize all of the actions that are needed and the steps and the models and the ARC code and the data collection exercises and QA/QC that we took the opportunity to memorialize here in the report that it's quite an extensive undertaking. There's a lot under the hood when you get into it, and so this agenda item comes up once a year. This is a big lift, a lot of new work, and it's one short agenda item, but we just thought we'd take the opportunity to kind of detail some practical considerations and just to say we are committed to exploring how we build this internally, but it is going to take a lot of collaboration and commitment from across the valley and co-managing agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the CDFW report? John North.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Question for Candace, but I may have missed it in the report, but if we pursue a cohort run reconstruction process, what's the plans for like genetic sampling, or how do we incorporate that component, the non-CWT fish, into the whole process, and do we have plans to collect those sample for those fish?
Thank you, Mr. North. Thank you, Vice Chair. In order to incorporate parentage-based tagging and releases of those unmarked, untagged fish into monitoring and evaluation and cohort reconstruction, we would need to implement a significant monitoring into ocean fisheries that are not currently on the table for implementation soon. We have not received any additional resources to implement those significant monitoring plans in the near-term future. So it is something that would need to be accounted for in the future as PBT releases and releases of unmarked, untagged fish increase in size and volume over time. But there are not plans currently for doing that. But there is, it is possible to include that data when it is available into the cohort reconstruction. The genetic tag acts very similar to a coded wire tag. So if incorporated into all of the existing monitoring programs, it could be incorporated into a cohort reconstruction.
Thank you. Anything further, John?
Maybe. So thank you for that, Candace. But we're already releasing untagged PBT tag, but non-CWT tag releases. So any elaboration on how that, I mean, it's coming already, right? So, and we don't have the sampling in place. So I'm struggling a little bit with wrapping my head around that. Thanks.
Yeah. Currently, the releases the size of releases that are current in recent years and current years. They're on the order of a few million fry, like 2-4 million fry in recent years. And we have yet to see really what the success of those release strategies are. And monitoring is going into place in the inland reaches. So you can start to see from releases that were happening in the 2021, we can start to see some of those fish coming back and start to garner some additional information on the success of those release strategies, and are those PBT fry releases actually contributing to escapement? And if they are, returning to the inland spawning regions, then we could assume that they would have been contributing to ocean fisheries. But right now, the level of releases that are being conducted, you could consider them as experimental size releases. And it would become a higher priority and more important for incorporating should the releases increase in future years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing anything. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
We have one more report on this methodology review piece. That's the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and George Bradshaw is here to deliver that. Good morning, George.
Good morning. I'll be reading agenda item F2A, Supplemental SAS Report 1, Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on 2024 Salmon Methodology Review. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel discussed the outcome of the 2024 Salmon Methodology Review. The SAS understands the council is considering updating the FMSY proxy for Sacramento River Fall Chinook from 0.78 to 0.58. This would have negative impact to south of Falcon Fisheries. There may be a value in delaying any decision on implementing any new reference points to SRFC until the Sacramento River Work Group has completed all their tasks. The work group is working on developing a number of options or opinions for the council to consider regarding the management of this stock, including updating the SMSY, the harvest control rule, and the conservation objectives. The SAS recommends the council to wait until the work of the work group is completed so that any changes to the management of this stock could be considered holistically.
Thank you, George. Any questions for Mr. Bradshaw on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Looking around, see none. Thank you again.
Thanks.
And now we have two more reports. These pertain to the Council Operating Procedure 15 changes. The first is the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Galen Johnson.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading agenda item F2A, the supplemental SSC report 2 on the proposed Council Operating Procedure 15 updates. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed a draft revision of Council Operating Procedure 15 for salmon estimation methodology updates and reviews, agenda item F2 attachment 3, presented by Angela Forrestal of Council staff. This revision is intended to reflect the current process for conducting salmon methodology reviews and clarify roles and responsibilities. The Council is scheduled to take final action on COP 15 updates during its March 2025 meeting. The SSC appreciates the efforts and offers the following comments. The SSC recommends a single COP for methodology reviews from all fishery management plans for consistency among the FMPs and with national standards too. Separate terms of reference for methodology reviews can be codified for each FMP. If the council or council staff chooses not to combine all methodology reviews into one methodology review COP, or if a salmon TOR term of reference is needed, the SSC should work with the salmon technical team to accurately characterize the current process to develop a TOR or update the current COP 15. The roles and responsibilities of the SSC, the SSC Salmon Subcommittee, the STT, and Model Evaluation Work Group are not clearly defined in the current or proposed COP 15 revision. The STT and MU are not classified as review bodies in the current COP3 for plan, technical, and management teams, though they are often tasked to produce methodologies for SSC review. There should be a clear description of the roles and responsibilities for council bodies in any future salmon methodology, COP or TOR, as is the case currently for groundfish and CPS methodology review tours. A review of the implementation of a topic found to be best scientific information available by the SSC does not need to be conducted at the same time as a scientific review, nor does the review of methodology topic need to be predicated on planned use in the next preseason cycle. Methodology determined to be BSIA may be challenging to implement, thus identifying a specific timeline for implementation in the COP may not be feasible. Some terms used in the COP need to be defined more clearly. As pointed out in June 2021, Agenda Item C10A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, this COP should clarify the definition of major stocks. The current COP states, examples of issues that could merit a full methodology review include new model algorithms, methods for incorporating base data into models, forecasting methods for major PFMC stocks, and then goes on, but it does not define major. As another example, the terms scientific, technical, and analytical are used to distinguish different types of work without clearly defining those terms. The SSC is willing to work with the salmon technical team and with council staff to contribute to developing a single methodology review COP and a salmon methodology tour, or to update the current COP 15 at the council's direction. That concludes our statement.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Johnson on the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Johnson, for this. With the Vice's indulgence, I have a couple questions, if that's okay. Thank you. My first question is regarding your first bullet point. It says the SSC recommends a single COP for methodology reviews from all fishery management plans for consistency across the FMPs and with National Standard 2. Can you give us a little more background and tell us a little bit more about the discussion as to why you're recommending that?
Sure. It kind of has come to our attention as we've seen these from different FMPs that what is supposed to be kind of a uniform process under National Standard 2 to be an independent review is not conducted in the same way across FMPs without any real justification for that. And this COP in particular seemed to move further away from the groundfish and CPS methodology review COPs. And then there's not a COP for, for example, the ecosystem-based management things, even though we're frequently reviewing items for like risk tables and things for the CCIEA report. There's nothing for HMS or economic reviews. And so it made sense to us that maybe we start with a methodology review COP that just applies to all of it. And then if there's details like annual schedules or maybe 2-year schedules, if it's groundfish, then that could be something separate in a term of reference. And then just regarding National Standard 2, it outlines what peer review means, and there's a number of bullet points, and this COP really didn't match up to that.
Thanks for that. A second question is looking at the, trying to pull it up here. The second bullet point is noted that the SSC should work with the salmon technical team to accurately characterize the current process to develop a TOR or update the current COP 15. Just for some clarity, is that implying that the proposed revisions that are in the briefing book are inaccurate?
Yeah, there were a number of inaccuracies, and because our main recommendation is to go with this one methodology review, we didn't actually go through and and note all of them. But for example, it talks about salmon subcommittee activities in April, and the salmon subcommittee hasn't been regularly meeting in April. It's just the SSC that is recommending topics in April.
Thank you. One more. In light of this and thinking about some of the other things you have in your report, you say at the end about the recommendation of the SCC is offering to meet with the STT. It sounds like in council staff it sounds like deal with some of these issues, work through them together, and come forward with some option here, whether that be the idea that you just opened with about having a single COP for all, or whether we're just still going to be talking about salmon. Does that imply that the SCC is recommending that the council put the current revisions we have now in front of us on hold, ideally schedule this meeting or this process, and then move forward from there?
That is correct. And we said in the statement the SSC would work with the salmon technical team, but it could be the subcommittee. I mean, we're very flexible on that. Just would like to see a little deeper dive into revising this before it moves forward for final decisions. So, but yeah, we're happy to help in any way possible.
Okay, thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Johnson, for this report. My questions are, I guess, along the same lines as Ms. Writing's questions, and in particular, the first bullet. As I sit here and try to just paint a picture in my head of what this would look like, let me run this by you, and then that leads to my question. As I first start to envision a common COP, I actually think it could be very simple. And then one of the things that we've discussed as I've come to the SSC, and I know several folks around this table have discussed, is that each FMP is different, and that justifies then why things are different in our COPs across our FMPs. But I think the idea here that you've structured and saying that there could be a separate terms of reference, that's where those differences could be addressed. And so as I think about that structure, where you say, okay, the first step could be a rather simple common COP change, and then really the legwork would take place in the terms of reference. Is that consistent with how the SSC has thought through this? Or do you have something even different from that in mind? If you could help me just clarify that picture a little bit more.
I think that we're on the same page. And I think one thing that came up related to that in our discussion is that the process for changing COPs is a little less flexible than the process for changing terms of reference, and not necessarily less tedious. For example, there used to be a single terms of reference for methodology reviews for ground fish and CPS, and they recently split those off because they were finding the need to have a little more structural differences, but they still go by very similar COPs. So yeah, there's a lot of detail in this COP that maybe doesn't need to be locked in quite so firmly. I mean, one thing that struck me is prescribing that the methodology review needs to be in October, because I know there've been times where the September council meeting is quite early and the November council meeting is quite early in November. And there was actually discussion about having the methodology review on September 30th. And would that be allowed under the current COP that says it has to be in October? So things like that, if it maybe was just made more flexible by being in a term of reference instead of in the COPs.
Any other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. So the structure in terms of the technical work that gets done for salmon is very different than it is for the other FMPs, in particular the involvement of the salmon technical team. I think most of the other FMPs have management teams that have a good chunk of management folks on them. And the STT has a very different role, very important role with regard to the council. So if there were one COP, what would you see as how would it address the involvement of the STT in that COP, given its difference with the other FMPs?
So we did some background work of trying to think about why the salmon methodology review COP is so different. And so we looked at COP3, and while there is a difference in the name, technical team versus management team, the COP for the management team and technical team are basically the same. And so without clarity on how the council actually sees their roles and responsibilities as being different, it's hard to speak to that.
Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So would that require modifications to COP3 as well? I mean, as I understand it, the operations of the different management teams versus the salmon technical team are very different. So are you suggesting that there might be changes to COP3 that would be needed as well to accommodate a single COP for methodology review?
I would actually suggest the opposite, that the way it stands right now, without laying out differences between a technical team and a management team in COP3, makes it all the more odd that there isn't a single COP for the methodology review. But if there are differences in the roles and responsibilities of the STT versus other advisory bodies that are discussed in COP3, then that might speak to the need for having separate methodologies, COPs, but that's not spelled out anywhere. And so the SSC could not understand the justification for having kind of a different system for salmon, especially one that, again, kind of departed from national standard 2 more than the other methodology review COPs did.
Thank you. Last look around for questions on the SSC report. Not seeing any. Thank you, Galen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
And next we have a salmon technical team report. Dr. O'Farrell is back at the table to deliver that. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I'll be referring to agenda item F2A, Supplemental STT Report 2, Salmon Technical Team Report on proposed edits to Council Operating Procedure 15. The Salmon Technical Team reviewed the proposed changes to Council Operating Procedure 15, which is focused on the salmon methodology review process, and suggests the following edits. One, the sentence on the first paragraph of page 1 and 2 reads, "The SSC Salmon Subcommittee and STT are responsible for jointly reviewing new or changed methodology as opposed to specific applications of the methodology, with the SSC Salmon Subcommittee focusing on the scientific merits and the STT focusing on feasibility and implementation." The STT recommends modifying this sentence to read, "The SSC Salmon Subcommittee and STT are responsible for jointly reviewing new or changed methodology as opposed to specific applications of the methodology within the SSC Salmon Subcommittee, focusing on the scientific merits of the STT and back up. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee focusing on the scientific merits and the STT focusing on scientific merits as well as feasibility and implementation." The second to last paragraph on page 3 reads, "The STT weighs the technical merits of review topics, especially in terms of feasibility and implementation." The STT recommends modifying this sentence to read, "The STT weighs the scientific and technical merits of review topics, especially in terms of feasibility and implementation." Number 3, the final paragraph on page 3 reads, "The STT will also brief the SSC on the outcome of the methodology review and provide a statement to the council regarding the methodology review and any proposed changes." The STT recommends modifying this sentence to read, The STT will also brief the council on the outcome of the methodology review and provide a statement to the council regarding the methodology review and any proposed changes. The suggested modifications to agenda item F2A attachment 3 are provided to acknowledge the STT's longstanding role in the scientific review of methods used in salmon stock assessment, in addition to advising the council on matters of feasibility and best implementation of stock assessment tools. While the SSC has responsibility for determining best scientific information available, additional scientific review by the STT serves to improve the quality of the science used to inform salmon assessment and management. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the Salmon Technical Team report? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we heard kind of a alternative vision presented by the SSC. I'm curious, did the STT have any kind of discussion regarding kind of an alternative vision of a kind of common uniform COP for methodology review and then splitting off those distinctions via terms of reference?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Kiefer, for the question. The STT did not have discussions about that at this meeting. We had discussions about methodology review in general, but not the topic you described.
Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. In light of sort of the longer discussion that we've been having today about some confusion with the COPs, confusion about how the process moves forward, and just noting just the extreme importance of having scientific review integrity in our process. I understand that part of that is with lower budgets for everybody. We have personnel overlap, and I think all of us are lucky to have the scientists and people we have in this process. So my question for you is, given that we've had some of these concerns raised, and in your report, it sounds like you're actually talking about adding more, even more overlap with the SSC and the STT. So I'm wondering if you can help me work through this, just provide a little clarity on why the STT is recommending adding in scientific merit to this language. And then if you can talk a little bit more about what your vision is for the differentiation in roles and scientific review in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. Good question. I think that I'm going to speak to the STT as best I can here. I think we're in agreement that the methodology review is a joint meeting with the SSC Salmon Subcommittee and the STT, and projects or changes in methodologies are brought forward. And in the tradition has been that the STT and SSC go through that review sort of in tandem. Each of the SSC and STT have different responsibilities, in general on the council. But when we're having a joint meeting, the STT has frequently provided scientific review. For instance, just recently with, different forecasts that were going through methodology review, the STT provided statements endorsing them for particular reasons, or, making comments about the STT's assessment of the improvement in methods that would occur from adopting that abundance forecast. Without, if the STT were not involved in any of the scientific review, there would be no need to have the STT at a methodology review. The SSC could review it, and then, it could be sent to the Salmon Technical Team to evaluate it for feasibility. But that's not the system that we have, and that's not the system I think that the STT is interested in.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. That completes our reports. We have at least one public comment. There it is. Brian McLaughlin. Says in person. Is Brian here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I'm commenting on the methodology review. I want to thank the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group and especially Dr. Satherwaite for the substantial time and effort they've invested in this process and for the very informative reports. I have attended remotely and provided comments at multiple work group meetings and at the two Science and Statistical Committee review meetings on this subject. Now, in the past, sometimes I've been at odds with the recommendations of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and you've heard me testify in that way. But on this one, I agree with the subpanel to recommend a delay in approving the FMSY proxy and especially the SMSY ratio. Although my reasons for doing so may not be the same as those of the SAS, I definitely agree with their recommendation. First, the proposed proxy FMSY of 0.58 doesn't worry me so much from its practical application in the near term. It would likely result in somewhat reduced fishing opportunity in the long run, and quite frankly, that may be warranted. But what really concerns me is it does not really approximate the maximum sustainable fishing rate for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook stock as a whole, nor for the natural area component of the stock, and nor even, in my view, for the natural origin component of the stock. And therefore, I don't think it comports with the FMP nor the federal regulations. You know, MSY is defined as the largest long-term average catch that can be taken from a stock under prevailing ecological and environmental conditions. When data are insufficient to directly estimate this, as they are here, the council may use an MSY proxy from more general estimates of productive capacity that may reasonably be expected to result in a long-term average catch approximating MSY. I don't think that's what's going on here. Obviously, this isn't MSY for the stock as a whole because there's a much different productivity of hatchery fish than there is for natural origin fish. And this population is I would say, dominated by hatchery fish. But I also don't think this is a proper FMSY for a natural area component of the stock. You know, the reason for redoing the FMSY was because the current value of 0.78 was outdated and did not represent current conditions. So I'd really suggest you ask, if Dr. Satherwaite is there, you know, what component of the stock is the proposed proxy FMSY supposed to represent? I've asked him this question, and I really haven't got a good answer to it. And I'd also ask directly, is the proxy designed to, and expected to result in the long-term average catch approximating MSY for a natural area component? Because I don't think it is. I don't think applying the MSY theory and model, the Ricker model, is appropriate where you have a composite production as you do with the natural area component here. So again, my concern is not so much with the actual value as with the theoretical and the scientific basis for arriving at it. My concerns with respect to the SMSY ratio are greater though. And that's frankly because I fear what I don't understand. And what I mean by this is you have an equation there that's going to solve for SMSY by multiplying the spawners at maximum production level by 0.58. But I don't have a good idea what the spawners at maximum production level are. And I think there's some significant uncertainty about that. And because of that, I don't really have a good idea of where the spawners at maximum sustainable yield level, the escapement goal essentially, will come out. And I know that if you increase the SMSY significantly, that could have a significant effect on fishing opportunity. Because it is a policy issue of how to apply MSY to a composite stock, and I don't have time to go into all that. I really wish I did. But I don't think it would be prudent for the council to make this policy decision, which is embedded in the scientific determinations here, until it really understands what the potential consequences are. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McLaughlin on his testimony? And there are no questions, so thank you, Brian. That completes all of our reports and the public comment. We will take a break, but before we do that, if we can flash up the council action here to give you a little bit to think about. I know I can summarize here. We have two items, the methodology review, the current one, and the COP 15 changes that are something in the future. There's a lot, I don't know how much to discuss on each of those, but I'm going to propose that when we come back, we do each of those separately. We take up the methodology review first and wrap that up and then come back and do COP 15. So let's take 10 minutes and be back here to get into our discussion.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, thank you. I'm sure everyone appreciated a little extra time. Think through some of this. I think we're all back in our seats. So as I said before, we broke two things before us: adopt the final methodology results for 2025, and then as needed, proposed updates to COP 15. So let's take up the methodology review first, have our discussion as needed around that. And at some point, we will need a motion for that. So on the methodology review topics, we'll look for anybody to initiate discussion on that item. Sure everyone remembers what we discussed there. Give you a few minutes here to think about that. Corey Ridings, thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I'm not sure I'm going to solve the initial problem here, but I thought maybe it could buy us a little time because I in thinking through some of these things, I realized I had a couple questions for council staff. So if that's acceptable, may I?
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Angela, I think these are for you, but obviously feel free to phone a friend. I don't want to put you on the spot. We heard about the concept of developing FMSY values for Chinook stocks other than just sac fall. And so thinking about what that might look like, do you have any thoughts or recommendations on like what the process would be or how the council could move forward on that if they wanted to?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. Just to get a little clarification on your question, is that in response to what Ms. Bishop had noted about Grace Harbor, or just wondering where the other stocks is coming in from?
No, that was in the SSC statement regarding the FMSY for sac fall, and then their recommendation to potentially expand that to other Chinook stocks.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate the clarification. So I think the council action under here would just be adopting this for this stock, as that is what went through the methodology review at this time.
Thanks for that. I guess my follow-up would be noting that this may happen at this meeting. If we wanted to follow up and do that for other Chinook stocks, what would that process look like?
Call on Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Ridings, for that question. I did have a chance to talk with, I can't recall if it was the full SSC or a subcommittee or what have you, but some of the background and looking at the SAC fall objective, I think is relevant to your question, where some of the rationale was that I think somebody told me the last time we looked at the objective for SAC fall was when Thriller came out, which I find hilarious, but also very insightful. But as I had this conversation with several folks, it became clear to me that this would be a significant and complex undertaking, especially as we get into the north of Falcon Arena. And so at a minimum, I think what we'd have to start with, if we were looking at north of Falcon first, we would have to have conversations with the Pacific Salmon Commission. We'd have conversations with the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. We'd have conversations among ourselves to try to figure out what is actually possible, and is it something that is worth doing. It gets, perhaps in my mind, at least a little bit simpler as we get south of Falcon, but there's a lot that happens in the salmon arena that doesn't take place here, and it relies on the states, it relies on the tribes, it relies on a lot of partners, and it would be an undertaking. And so I don't think there's an easy way to answer your question now. If the council was interested in doing this, I think I'd want to talk with, NOAA and the tribes and others and try to get a better sense of what that would take and what it might gain us, so that we would have that clarity. But at the moment, I think we're talking about a fairly substantial interagency, maybe even international effort at some level. So maybe that's a start to answering your question. And I keep looking over at Ms. Bishop to see what her facial expression is as I say these things. So
Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and thank you, Mr. Ridings, for the question. I agree with Merrick's caution on this. I want to be very respectful of the North of Falcon process, and in particular, the roles of the tribes in that process. I know they have active discussions ongoing with regard to which management objectives get updated. This also has implications for the Pacific Salmon Agreement. There are specified in that agreement certain management objectives for specific stocks. We, in fact, revised one of those, and it's a relatively complex process. So it doesn't just involve, for example, consideration of council advisory bodies here. There is a specific process in the Pacific Salmon Commission that has technical scientific review by their technical teams, which is international, members both in Canada and in the US, among the tribes and various agencies. Ms. Evanson can speak to some of that as well. So I would want to be very cautious about moving forward on this, and in particular would not do that without conversation and agreement with the tribes and the states that are involved.
Thank you. Corey?
Thanks very much for that. That was helpful, and I think puts out there what that might entail to move forward with something like that. Mr. Vez, can I ask a second question? Yeah, this is again sort of a question looking at the MU. Ms. Forrestal, I think this is for you, but again, maybe others. I'm curious, how many times has the MU met over the past 5 years? Also, when was the last time and what was on their agenda? I'm just trying to get a sense of how the MU has been participating in this process and what they've been bringing to the council process, if you know.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. I will definitely lean on others who have been around for longer than I have on this, but the MU meets as needed. They're a group that's a standing group that doesn't really require a lot of council financial support to exist. They initially were meeting to develop models, and they will meet typically in the March-April time period once a year to provide support as needed. They, I think, have provided a lot of benefit when there's needed to be some review of modeling work that occurs. But I think within the last 5 years, I can't tell you an exact number, the number of times that they meet, but usually about once a year as needed.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm still a little just kind of a recap, I guess, in my mind. So we did hear alignment between the SSC and STT relative to some new methodology approaches. The SAS certainly articulated they were not in favor of changing FMSY proxy at this point in time. We certainly had a very detailed report from California about the needs to stand up new methodology. And perhaps, Marcy, you could elaborate a little. It was still a little unclear to me whether the bulk of that was more related to the cohort reconstruction model as presented and versus just applying a new FMSY ratio. So it's a little unclear to me, are both of those similarly big lifts on the data, or is it really more weighted, your concerns more, or what you lined out, more weighted to the cohort reconstruction?
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Sharon, for the question. With regard to the FMSY proxy, I think we've heard consistently from the STT and the SSC that element is ready for use and implementation starting now. No additional work is needed. What we're talking about here is reducing the maximum allowable exploitation rate from the Chinook default that we're using right now, which is part of the FMP, established, I think, back in 2011, that we didn't have a specific derivation for Sac Fall, so we rely on the default, which was a composite of roughly 20 stocks at the time. I think the work group's recommendation and their development of this new proxy, relying on only a subset of the stocks, 2 stocks in particular, where more recent analyses were done, makes good sense and is, I think, easy to do from an implementation standpoint. We're talking about using one new reference point. And again, this can be incorporated into the annual SAFE documents in the upcoming cycle and essentially requires no work at all other than updating some tables. Looking to the cohort reconstruction, very different situation. I think from what we've heard from the base work of the cohort reconstruction, Chin et al., reached some pretty significant conclusions. I mean, this was a pretty substantial undertaking in and of itself. And I think we wanted to highlight the new information that really, was revealed by the analysis, which is very significant. The fact that the SI has had a tendency over this time period to underestimate forecast ocean abundance and also overestimate forecast projected escapement in the absence of fishing each year. So in our mind, I mean, those are pretty significant conclusions and certainly advances the state of the science. I think we're all looking for ways to advance the science when it comes to Sac Fall. There are a lot of interest and a lot of concerns we've heard over the years about the precision in our forecasting, and achieving our objectives is very important to us. So I think we wanted to take the time in the CDFW report to describe that in order to achieve the full benefits of the cohort reconstruction, that's going to take time and resources and a commitment from a number of co-managing and monitoring agencies involved in the Central Valley. And so I think there are things that we've learned since the cohort reconstruction was completed that we can begin to use soon, but maybe not immediately. And I think that's what you hear from the STT is, okay, we're there, because there are a lot of metrics that come out of this analysis and how you use it in the Sacramento harvest model, how you use it with regard to the SI. It's not just a plug in a new number or apply a correction factor or something of that nature. It requires a little bit of deep thought. And I think they're just kind of cautioning us that we're not ready right the second to jump ahead immediately in 2025. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Sharon?
If I may follow up, one more question, and probably to whomever, but it's probably going to be Marcy. So in a way, these two technical elements came kind of as a package. It's very clear that timelines of implementation are very, very, very different between these two processes in terms of, implementation of a new proxy versus really implementation of full cohort analysis application. I didn't hear any discussion in the reports about pros and cons of disaggregation of the two recommendations in terms of, do you still reap, will there still be benefits? Are there unforeseen impacts? And I didn't hear much robust discussion about that particular aspect. And just curious if there are any thoughts on that.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I would take a step back and look at the agenda item that we are in, which is the final methods review. And the process that we have kind of is outlined in the situation summary, where proposals for methods review are brought to the council initially in April. And I think to set some recaps, I don't think any were brought to us in April, but then in September, the Sacramento work group proposed to us actually 3 items for consideration and for evaluating at an upcoming methods review meeting that would be held in October if we approved items for review. That would then be evaluated and reviewed by the STT and SSC that would make them available, may make them available for use and management beginning with the upcoming new management cycle. So the idea with the way this agenda item is organized is to put those technical reviews of new methods on a different cycle, because you can't throw it all in the preseason process and expect to have a good outcome. So it's kind of a deliberate and measured approach with regard to planning agendas and workload to partition items into the methods review process. And I mean, I recall years in the past where we've had like 6 or more items on the methods review list. This year was a little unusual in that we had 3 proposals, and strangely enough, they were all from California. Oftentimes we have items on the list. Kyle can fill in the details here, but a lot of review of FRAM and base periods and documentation. Those are kind of the more traditional, I'd say, methods review topics. And I think the process has served us well so that we get that technical review work done here in the fall, so that we're ready to go when it comes to preseason. So in terms of these 2 elements, I would just note that they are distinctly different. The work products are different. And we're prepared, in fact, by, very different contributors and different scientists that have been hard at work in the background. But I would look at them as being completely independent of one another, I guess, is the short answer. Thank you.
I appreciate the short answer.
Thanks. Kyle Ladix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for that explanation, Marcy, of how these 2 things wound up in methodology review. I'm looking at the SAS statement and their recommendation to delay making a decision on FMSY until the work group is done with all of their tasks. Just wondering, timeline, when will they be done with all their tasks? And is anything likely to come out of that gives us a much different view of where we should go with FMSY? And maybe there's not an answer to that now, but just kind of a little insight would be helpful.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kyle, for the question. I'll give you my thinking. It's only mine. So with regard to the FMSY proxy and implementation for use in 2025, I believe that we can implement it simply with updating the tables that appear in the SAFE documents. We're looking at 1 reference point. There are many other reference points that would be needed to update the harvest control rule, as well as the conservation objective. And those are key tasks that are on the work group's terms of reference. So we'll be hearing about their progress and their plans in, an agenda item to follow. But in terms of implementation, I believe that since We have a determination that this revised exploitation rate is best available scientific information available, that it's prudent to go ahead and incorporate it for use and management beginning with the next cycle. I think there's more discussion to follow about the timeline of the rest of the elements and reference points and HCRs, the other work on the work group's plate, and when that is going to be complete. I'm interested in discussing plans for implementation via an FMP amendment, because ultimately that's where all of this lands. Hence my question earlier in this agenda item about how we're going to wrap this all up and build it into the FMP. But I don't believe we need to have the FMP amended in order to actually apply the new maximum exploitation rate for use and management beginning in 2025. And I have not heard anything in the discussions or in the advisory body statements that I think give us reason to think that we cannot move ahead incorporating it in 2025. The other thing I'd note is that many have observed that the likelihood of this maximum exploitation rate being a real factor in 2025 fishery planning is pretty unlikely. What we're talking about is a maximum exploitation rate that really only would be required if we were at very high abundance levels. So we'd be at the very far end to the right of our harvest control rule. So, you know, we're hopeful that we're going to see increased abundance here with the upcoming cycle. But the likelihood of us being at that far right end is not super likely. So in terms of it actually playing or having an influence in shaping 2025 fisheries, I'd say is pretty unlikely.
Mark Gorelnik. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And I would agree that the FMSY that's been proposed here should not be a limitation on fisheries in the near term. And that's only because the near term is very different than our long term. We have been bumping along at an average abundance of 350,000 fish. Sacramento index, not cohort reconstruction. And that has been the constraint. But I think we all hope that the constraints on reproductive success in the watershed can be solved. Maybe that's a fantasy, but I think that that's certainly our goal. And then we may return back to the long-term era where we were seeing abundances average of 1 million fish. And at that point, at a maximum exploitation rate of 58%, you're looking at over 400,000 fish returning to the river. I realize again that is not something we're going to see in the near term, so it's not really an issue in the near term. But I would just like to ensure that if our Sacramento Fall Chinook ever gets back to its former glory, that we can revisit this exploitation rate cap. We do need adequate escapement. And I learned today that it's not just for reproductive success, but when we have high exploitation rates, we may depress the age of maturity. And so that's something else to throw in the analysis. But I am concerned about locking in this exploitation rate when we're hoping one day to see something greater. So I just want to ensure that while we need to adopt this today, I think that I certainly hope we'll have the freedom to revise that down the road without going through years of analysis.
Thank you. Further discussion, Butch Smith.
Mr. Garlick, a little practical usage of that. If it was me, knowing what I know and being caught in booby traps we can't get out of, I would put that in your language. Just so institutional knowledge doesn't forget about it. How long are you planning to be there? And 5-6 years from now, Marcy's in Tahiti, you're in Bermuda, and half a dozen people have changed, and all of a sudden that gets omitted. And so this is a suggestion. If that's really what you foresee, I think somewhere I'd get it to word it in there where you can look at it just from my perspective, being in the booby trap, which is not very fun when you can't get out of it. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Butch. That brings up a great question and a great point. And if I could maybe turn to council staff, I'm recalling that in the materials, I don't know if it was this meeting, perhaps the last meeting, but we received frequent reminders of our obligations to, or maybe our need, maybe not obligations, but the benefits of frequently reviewing our reference points for all salmon FMP managed stocks. And maybe you can refresh me, is there a required review timeline anywhere?
From my understanding, there isn't a required review timeline. Thank you for your question, Mr. Remco. I think that's why we're in this situation with this thriller aged reference point. But I do want to note that these reference points are based on using two stocks, and one of them is the Klamath River Fall Chinook, and that, as that stock, that reference point might be getting updated as well. So I think adding in language for a review would be prudent.
Thank you.
Other discussion on this one? Reminder, we would need a motion to adopt anything. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion, I believe. Great. Thank you. I move the council approve the use of the following methodologies. Number 1, the updated FMSY proxy and SMSY SMP ratio as shown in F2 attachment 2. As recommended by the SSC and STT, use the updated FMSY proxy value of 0.58 for Sacramento Fall Chinook for management beginning in 2025. Number 2, cohort reconstruction for Sacramento River Fall Chinook salmon in comparison with the Sacramento Index as shown in F2 attachment 1. Recognizing that full implementation will take time and coordination, as recommended by the STT and F2A Supplemental STT Report 1, use the postseason exploitation rates derived from the cohort reconstruction as available for stock status determinations beginning in 2025. Number 2, as recommended by the SSC in F2A Supplemental SSC Report 1 and STT F2A Supplemental STT Report 1, include harvest information impacts on Sacramento Fall Chinook from north of Falcon Fisheries as soon as reasonably possible, which will likely be no earlier than 2026. And as a matter of policy, beginning with the 2025 preseason management process, the council may apply the components of this new methodology, all or in part, as appropriate and as they become available.
Thank you. As I followed that, the language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Please speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Back to the topic of the FMSY proxy and the ratio that came to us from the work of the Sacramento Work Group. Using the updated FMSY proxy value is easy to do beginning now. It is certainly a reduction in from the default of 0.78, which is for all Chinook, as we discussed earlier. But I do not expect that the application of the new number in 2025 to have consequence for management. I want to, I think, flag that I know some folks have recommended delay, but would note that we should take the opportunity to periodically review our reference points. And in this case, this particular reference points that is now being derived from only 2 Chinook stocks, it would make good sense to conduct the next review of this reference point after we receive an updated reference point for Klamath Fall Chinook, which, as Angela mentioned earlier, might be quite soon. So I would suggest that that is a good review time, and I'd welcome any amendments to this motion to add that specificity to the motion language as may be warranted. Moving to the cohort reconstruction item, I think we've had a lot of discussion about this being a blueprint for a ship, and that a lot would be needed both in the way of raw materials and shipbuilders to actually sail the ship. And it's, going to be some time before we realize the full benefits of the cohort reconstruction. But I think, as we've sort of heard here today, we can take this in bite-sized pieces, and some of those pieces may be ripe for use sooner than others. As the STT has recognized, the postseason exploitation rates derived from the cohort reconstruction might be available for, or should be available for stock status determination beginning in 2025. And as the SSC notes that harvest information from the north of Falcon Fisheries should be available to be incorporated as soon as possible. Hopefully, unfortunately, not likely to be available earlier than 2026, but I think we want to see that those next steps taken. Thinking about north of Falcon Fisheries, estimating that, about 4% on average has been harvested in north of Falcon Fisheries. I think we are responsible for accounting as best we can for total mortality. So doing so as part of our postseason reviews will be, I think, meaningful, and assures that we are making the proper stock status determinations that consider full exploitation from all sources of fishery mortality. Just want to flag that there are other things that came out of that cohort analysis that maybe we didn't spend a lot of airtime on here in the discussion today. But keep in mind that it was actually the Sacramento Work Group that put this topic on the docket for review for methods review, because the work really is, I think, foundational to their next steps in the work group arena to continue to review and provide recommended revisions to our reference points, our conservation objectives, and our harvest control rules. So this really was a foundational piece. And I think by adopting the methods review here today, we are setting them on track for continuing their work here through the winter and spring. And with that, I will take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Kyle Addicks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Trying to make sure I understand number 2 of the motion and the step through of the first 2 bullets. So the first bullet, use the postseason exploitation rates derived from the cohort reconstruction beginning in 2025. Step 2, include harvest information impacts from north of Falcon Fisheries as soon as reasonably possible, likely no earlier than 2026. That piece is still a postseason look, so it would be 2026 before you were looking at north of Falcon Fisheries postseason.
Yes, that's my understanding that the STT didn't see a way to incorporate that into the analysis earlier than 2026.
Okay, and I'm obviously interested in the preseason side too. So if there's a third step down the road where preseason impacts, we're able to look at those, that's a separate step than what you've laid out here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions for clarification? That's Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For Marcy, just clarifying that the last bullet on the second piece here, when you refer to the council, that's basically inclusive of the, say, the SAC work group. I take that from your last comments that that would allow the SAC work group to move forward in using the cohort reconstruction, however was appropriate in its work.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan. Yes, absolutely. That is our goal. Again, the cohort reconstruction is foundational to the work, to the next steps that the work group will be undertaking here soon. But I also would flag that, you know, there are, I think, when it comes to policy and the council's role in thinking about management each cycle, beginning with the next cycle, there are things we've learned from this cohort reconstruction that I think inform us, if no, in no other way, somewhat subjectively, that the SI, we know that, you know, we know some things now about the SI in that it under forecasts ocean abundance and over forecasts projected escapement. And so while we may not see that information incorporated into modeling efforts in 2025, like in the SI itself, I think there are things we can learn and think about and apply perhaps, you know, more subjectively as we think about buffers and other applications or considerations when it gets to preseason process. I do think we're better informed all the way around. So that's another reason for this particular sentence to, I think, embrace what we've learned and use it where we can.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarification? John North.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm just sitting here. I'm kind of curious. I'm interested in putting a time period on this, at least the FMSY piece. I think, Marcy, you mentioned you're open to that. Given that we're narrowing this proxy down to 2 stocks and one of the stocks is in a state of flux, it would just seem appropriate that if that Klamath value were to be updated, that would trigger a review here. So, I was just thinking like have this in place through 2030 or until the time that a new Klamath, FMSY is available, but haven't quite formed how to do that yet. But
okay, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that's an excellent idea. I support that thinking and was along the lines of the conversation that Mark had. So again, any amendments on the timeline for review are most welcome.
Right. See if there's any other questions for clarification. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I apologize. I'll need to circle back a little bit. I may have misunderstood what Mr. Addick's question was for the second sub-bullet there with regard to the application of the postseason or the application of the information in 2026. My understanding is the estimates of exploitation rate currently include north of Falcon impacts. And so as reported, postseason would include north of Falcon impacts beginning in 2025, as I understand the motion. If I misunderstood the question or the answer to that, may take some STT input, but just want to make sure that we are very clear on the outcome of this one. So maybe my first question is whether I misunderstood Mr. Addick's question.
I think it's not a question for the motion maker, but Mr. Addick's was related to that.
I don't think you misunderstood my question. I was trying to understand is step one, is bullet one under number two, does that not include north of Falcon fisheries and the postseason estimates? So then it is a second step to get to including them in postseason estimates. And I was trying to make sure I was understanding preseason versus postseason and when things were being incorporated.
Does that clear it up, Susan?
So I think as I understand it from my STT colleague, the current estimates of postseason would include north of Falcon impacts. And so as reported in 2025, those would be inclusive of north of Falcon impacts and whether that is consistent with the desired direction. Maybe that's a question for the motion maker.
Marcy, did you get that question?
I think if you're asking for some elaboration on the first bullet point, I believe that's correct, that the postseason exploitation rate, well, remember, derived from the cohort reconstruction, which is only from those stocks that were previously reconstructed or those brood years previously reconstructed. I believe, we're talking about incorporating fishery mortality from a fishery that occurred in 2024. I think that would help inform us on total mortality, which would be needed for the determination on stock status as of 2024. So if we're talking about the exercise to tally up all the fishery mortality impacts in 2024 for use in stock status determination beginning in 2025, I believe that can be accommodated starting this next cycle. But in terms of incorporating the impacts into, say, the Sacramento harvest model, that is a more technical, difficult modeling exercise that I think the STT was clear that they're not going to be able to undertake by 2025.
Susan?
Just thank you for that distinction. Answer my questions. Thank you.
One last look. Questions for clarification? Not seeing any discussion on the motion. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I have an amendment under number one. If you could scroll down so I can see the first, keep going, because my amendment relates to text I can't see on the screen. All right, so on number one, at the end where it says beginning in 2025, I would add through 2028. Period. That's it.
All right, I'm not going to, well, I won't assume it's accurate and complete. It's a word and a number. What's there is complete.
I think so. It's I could have screwed it up, but I think those two
Right.
words were the number 5.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by John North. Speak to your motion.
Thank you very much. I want to emphasize this doesn't mean it's going to change in 2028. It's merely intended to force a check-in to revisit that number after several years. In the meantime, we would expect some new data on the Klamath. And maybe some more consideration about the relevance of the Rogue River and the Klamath to this. Certainly, this doesn't prevent the council from looking at it sooner if it wants, but it wouldn't be as a consequence of this motion and amendment. And it could decide in 2028 that it didn't want to make any changes. Again, the purpose here is merely to provide a check-in to determine whether that number should change or not. It's not intended to direct a change in the FMSY.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion to amend? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Grelnick. Just a little bit, maybe some specificity about what you mean by check-in. I certainly get the intent and description, which you just gave. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on what that might look like technically, or sort of what the council would need to put on their 2028 agenda to make sure that happens as you're envisioning it.
I hear that, well, to the extent that the Klamath River is determined to be a proxy and we're expecting new information from Klamath, I've heard soon. I don't know if that's going to be next year in 2025 or 2026. That's why I put 2028 to provide a margin there. And I think that conditions may change. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 years, 3 or 4 years, but I think that's a sufficient amount of time for us to take another look and decide to change it or not. But in the meantime, we should receive by then some relevant information to look at, and I'm not predetermining how we respond to it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would just point out that, Mark, reading your amendment and listening to your explanation of that, in my mind, are different. And so when I read the language, it has a very clear endpoint in 2028, and that is not what I hear you saying. So I'm curious if there would be a clarification that would be, basically a check-in by the council on the continued application of it, or a review in 2028, something like that.
I think I probably used imprecise words. It's not so much a check-in, it's a review. And so in 2028, we will decide, not me, because I won't be here, but the council will decide whether to confirm it, which it may well do, or to change it one direction or the other. Does that answer your question?
Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick. I'll be a little more straightforward. I would like to see a clarification in that language to be very clear about what your intent is there. So I don't know exactly what the process is, but I think that's my request. Given the fact you said you won't be here and we'll be revisiting this in 2028, I want to make sure, maybe being one of the people that is still here, that I'm very clear about what the intent was.
I think that by adopting this number for this time period, it imposes a burden on the council to come back to this. So, and I appreciate, I think that was to the extent Ms. Riding had a comment to that extent. So I suppose, and I'm assuming that if this amendment passes and if this motion passes, then the council will plan to come back to this in 2028 to confirm or to change, which it could do independent of the amendment, but I take Mr. Smith's comments to heart that if we don't put it on the schedule, so to speak, that no, people won't remember that the council intended to revisit this.
Follow up, Susan?
Follow up. I am not arguing with that. I think you're making really good points. My concern and my advice I'm getting from my attorneys is that the concern is that it will be read as a sunset without the intent I'm hearing that you're very clearly expressing about review in 2028 and sort of forcing the council to put that on their workload in their agenda. So I am curious if we could entertain a clarification, some addition to that language of with a review in 2028 or something like that. And I apologies, I'm sort of unclear on the process in doing that, but hoping that that would clarify your intent in the question.
If it pleases the council, I will withdraw my amendment and incorporate your language.
You can withdraw the amendment with the agreement of the person who seconded it, John?
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Amendment is withdrawn.
All right. So it would, after 2025, with a review in 2028. And I appreciate your helpful input.
My apologies with the clumsy nature of it. So thank you for your patience.
Okay, let's make sure. Again, I heard you making an amendment to the motion.
That was my intent, but we'll just pause for a second here. So we would be back to the amendment to the motion unamended.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And can you clearly state what the amendment is so they can capture it on there?
So now this is the motion is unamended. So add the words at the end of 2025, add the words with a review in 2028. Period.
Okay, give me a second here. So what we see is your amendment is the first sentence at the top there.
That is correct. Okay. And I apologize, after my years on the council, I still can't get an amendment right on the first try.
So that's okay. So now I will ask you the question that in the first line is your intended amendment, and in the paragraph underneath is how it would appear in an amended motion should it be approved. Is that correct and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion to amend? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Speak to it as needed.
I don't feel there's any further need to speak to the amendment.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion to amend? Robin Elke?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry, I was squirming in the back row there. Would it be helpful for the council to describe what kind of review they're speaking of? In my mind, they're speaking of a technical review and not necessarily some go through the whole methodology review. Hate to get down to, the nitty gritty, but again, more clarity on what the expectation is, I think will help us as we move forward. When we look to 2028, I'm guessing you're going to want that in November, likely from the STT based on the information available at that time. So my only comment would be to try to give further detail on when you say review, what exactly that means. And in my mind, it would be a technical review
Well,
It's a question on the motion.
we underwent a process to reach this number. And if we're going to review this number, then it seems to me there would be an analogous process. I don't know, and I defer to council staff, but I don't know that we need to tell staff how we undertake a review of that number. I think it's implicit, but if there's disagreement.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Executive Director Burden to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I think about the type of review as being informed by where we are in 28. Do we have any new information to speak of? Do we have conditions changed significantly that will help us determine what sort of process to propose to you? So if you have thoughts at this time, they'd be welcome, but I think we can figure that out when we get to that time.
Marcy Remco, and then I want to make sure, Sharon, did you have your hand up also? So Marcy Remco, then Sharon Keefe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I share the concerns raised by Robin with the clarity on the term review, particularly because we are in the methods review agenda item. I think it would almost be implied by the term review in a motion under this agenda item that we'd be talking about a methods review. And I think I'm hearing from this discussion that probably that's not what's intended when we say review. So you just alluded to the fact that you think we can clarify this either in the record of our actions this week. However, that may take shape or form, I think would be important. But it sounds to me like it's something that you're comfortable with. And that I think collectively around the table, we're not expecting that this would be a full methods review item that's expected to be undertaken in 2028. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just would offer a little different perspective. Particularly, I mean, a lot of this is predicated on some expectation of getting new information about the Klamath. However, if that information is not forthcoming, it's essentially a policy review. We're going to keep doing what we're doing as opposed to some sort of a technical exercise, which is why I'm comfortable with the amendment as is. Staff and the executive director have heard this discussion. And I think they've taken that to heart. And again, because it's kind of predicated on an unknown action yet to come. So I am comfortable with this as written.
Mark Gorelnik.
Yeah, just to emphasize that point, I think the nature of the review is going to depend upon what happens between now and 2028. And so it's difficult for us to articulate exactly the form of that review and not knowing what information may be forthcoming, if any. So I think leaving the language as it is allows the council in 2028 to determine what the appropriate nature of the review.
Okay, thank you. We've had some discussion on the motion to amend also. Is there any further discussion or questions on the motion to amend? Not seeing any hands for questions or discussion. I will call the question on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion to amend passes unanimously. That will take us back to the main motion as amended. And wait a minute till we get the main motion on the screen before us again. Okay, and Chris, I believe as amended in that number one up there, Okay, I think we've got that correct. Chris, can you just scroll down so we can see number 2? All right. Any discussion on the main motion now as amended? Not seeing any discussion. Call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy and Mark, for that. Now with that, I will take a pause and move to our next one. I think we've completed action on the methodology results, but we'll come back at the end for a final check and see if there's anything else. Let's take up the proposed updates to CUP 15 now. Change your mindset a little bit, and I'll look for any hands to initiate discussion on this item. Mark Gorelnik.
I'll just offer a brief comment endorsing the STT report on this agenda item to add those additional words.
All right, thank you. Asia Shamillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm offering just an observation, a broader observation. The tribal report and the SSC report both asked for some alignment across FMPs in this broader process, but Ms. Bishop and others commented, and my observation of the FMPs that we govern with this council are that they're really, really, really critically diverse. And I think that this is just a comment to bear that diversity in mind in walking forward with any changes that come up. It may not be so simple to just roll all the processes up into one. And it certainly couldn't happen with any speed if it were to happen. So I just want to offer that observation. I don't know all the complexities, but I do know that the FMPs are super different.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Just reflecting on what has now been a pretty long agenda item. One theme that I heard come up and has resonated is that around the importance of integrity and scientific review. And transparency and scientific review integrity are just so critical for good management, as well as interest holder trust and engagement from folks in the entire council process. I think we hear across agenda items the budget issues that are affecting our governments. And when we have times of low budgets, I think we have things like personnel overlap. And that's just a reality we're gonna have to live with. I think it's also especially important when we're in times where our fish stocks are at low abundance. Our work here is to avoid those times, but in those times, pressure is high, and it is especially important that the council and interest holders need to have confidence in this process and how this process uses science. These themes are certainly not just salmon. I feel like we've already had this conversation a number of times in the context of groundfish. And again, that comes back to a lot about transparency and even communication. So I think about things like best practices for scientific review, and like those already exist. We already do probably most of them. It's certainly not a wheel we have to reinvent. But things like recusals and, again, clear process that is well documented come to mind as ways that we can consistently improve our processes and do better. I want to be really clear that this is definitely not a questioning of any of the technical merits or integrity of the science itself or the scientists that are doing this work. It is really about our council process, how that work is reviewed, and how we use it as a council. As I've been putting these things together, I guess I can, upon those reflections, share a few ideas that I had, which is just that I do like the idea of looking at a single COP for methodology reviews across fishery management plans. Just hearing with what Ms. Shamilo said, and we've heard from other folks around, our FMPs are really, really different. But I think it would be interesting to explore this concept of looking at a COP across FMPs and then thinking about how the TORs could operationalize those on a FMP basis. Something that also came to mind was the reality of sort of that we do have recusals in the council process. I witnessed those personally in the SSC room before, and just thinking about maybe a council-wide recusal policy for all of our technical teams could be something we could explore in terms of helping create a norm across the council process to help ensure that scientific review integrity. I also wanted to echo what was in the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission report. Thinking about the MU, I think it might be helpful to move forward with this or just keeping this on the stove. If there might be some report, ideally a short report we could get from council staff that could outline what the MU does, its responsibilities, and the overlap that it has with the STT, the SSC, apologies, and the SSC, to better understand how those processes are working, make those processes a little bit more transparent, and maybe help down the line the council make a decision about the structure of those groups. I do not think we should send the COP 15 revisions out for public review yet. My request would be that we have a meeting of the SSC, the STT, and council staff. We heard from the SSC about the lack of accuracy in the revisions, as well as the need for consistency with national standard 2, which I find really concerning, because to me, that's at the very core of what we do as a council, is making sure we're consistent with the national standard. And that is, I want to be clear, also no shade to council staff for putting that together. I really appreciate the efforts and appreciate the intent of trying to make things more clear and make them transparent. It just seems like we need a little bit more work to get there.
Thank you. Marcy, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I would start by thanking council staff for providing us in our advanced materials a markup of COP 15. I think the goal with this cleanup of COP 15 was well-founded, and I agree that updating the COP is needed. Appreciate that as Angela and Robin transition in their duties, and as we're studying how our methods review process works for salmon, where we need to bring our COP up to date. So I think a good first step was available to us in advance of the meeting. What I kind of took away from what I view as very different reports from the STT and the SSC is that this draft certainly stimulated quite a bit of discussion and sort of very differing perspectives on where we go with it. I guess I am of the mind that COP 15, specific to salmon methods review, has served us well for quite some time. And that I feel like making these kind of, I'll call them surgical, but updating terminology, providing more specificity as needed, I think is a good step forward. And I think, as you see with the edits offered by the STT, clearly there are, I think, you can have several different people put eyes on COP 15, and each might find something to pick at and add a little more language here or there, refine some terms. I think there are a number of important perspectives and other contributors to considering edits to this language. I feel like it needs more soak time before we go out for public review. I think that's evidenced by the fact that the STT, took a crack at it. We didn't see actual physical recommended edits from the SSC. And in fact, they kind of went in an entirely different direction. I guess my concern with the idea of trying to make a one size fits all COP to cover all FMPs is, I think as Merrick explained, it could be kind of a simple, short, brief summary of methods reviews that would apply to all FMPs, and then we leave the specificity to tours or what have you. Sometimes it's really hard to build something that's short and brief and one size fits all. And so I think have to question thinking across our FMP landscapes and advisory bodies, if the utility is really there to undertake kind of such a comprehensive exercise. I feel like, we certainly can make improvements looking just exclusively at COP 15. I think that advance the state of the expectations and the process that we use here. So I guess I'm more inclined to ask the STT the SSC to take a look at the proposed edits offered by the STT and see what they might have to offer in addition. I'm just thinking about, what's the best use of our available time and resources, and how do we keep this kind of in its box? And so I think more soak time is warranted, and look forward, to other eyes. Perhaps the SAS would have some input on this. I think they're an integral, their input to this process matters to us as well. So kind of in the sidebars, hearing kind of what might be a useful timeline, or what do we do if we don't put something out for public review at this time? It sounds like an appropriate time to have a new look at proposed revisions might be June. So I think in my mind, that is what makes the most sense from here forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion, Kyle Addicks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I agree with what Marcy laid out there. We put this on the agenda, had the council develop some proposed language changes in response to issues that have come up specific to the salmon methodology review and roles and responsibilities there. I'd like to try to keep it focused there. Got very different statements from the STT and the SSC. The SSC wants to look at across the board all our FMPs and methodology reviews, but I'd really like to keep it contained to salmon because we had some specific issues we were trying to address there. The MEW's come up a couple times. As I said earlier, I had some remarks on that. I could make them now if that would be helpful, or I could hold till we get through this item. Maybe I'll just dive into it since the MEW has come up a couple times. And thanks again to Mr. Solons for bringing the MEW issue forward to the council. As mentioned, a similar statement was brought forward back in June of 2022. Phil Anderson gave some of his perspectives on the issue back then, perspectives that I agreed with. My recollection is that one of the conclusions from that meeting was that the topic needed additional discussion between the USV Washington co-managers before coming back to the council with suggestions. I'm partly to blame for this resurfacing again without any resolution. The topic slipped my mind when we developed the agenda for our next co-manager meeting back late in 2022, and we failed to circle back at it as co-managers over the past 2 years. My understanding is that the origin of the MEW goes back to 2002, and the formation of that group was triggered by more than just the need and intent to reduce FRAM documentation as described in the NWIFC statement. The MEW was formed by the council primarily due to emerging issues about using the Chinook FRAM to evaluate mark selected fisheries coupled with a need to increase the number of people with working knowledge of the fishery models used in the council process. The list of things mentioned in the purpose for the group at its origin, including assisting with model documentation, proposing changes for model improvement, validation of models, review and validation of model changes, conducting postseason evaluations, and conducting sensitivity analyses of models. The role of the MU was never meant to be confined to FRAM, but the tasks taken on by the MU in the past 22 years since it was formed have largely been FRAM related. The exact role of the group and composition of active participants has evolved over time, but it's continued to serve many of the purposes originally laid out at its formation. The MU has one official meeting per year. It usually occurs on the first day of the April council meeting. Other meetings may be scheduled as needed to prepare for and attend the October methodology review if there are topics relevant to the MU. The MU currently has 5 members listed on their roster representing Idaho, Oregon, and Washington states, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, California Department of Fish and Wildlife seats, and a second WDFW seat are vacant. I also recognize that the Idaho representative recently retired and don't know whether that seat's likely to be filled in the near future. Most of the FRAM expertise on the MU currently resides with the NOAA and WDFW representatives. Both of those individuals are also members of the Salmon Modeling Analytic Work Group, or the SMOG, a group of state, tribal, and federal staff that work closely on FRAM modeling issues, primarily focused on the USD Washington case area. The Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission statement says that the MU should develop work products based on a defined need that is not redundant to co-manager efforts. The MU differs from the SMOG in that it often digs deeper into issues that affect coastal or Columbia River regions that are outside of the focus area of the SMOG. While the SMOG has representation from key management agencies involved in Western Washington fisheries, WDFW, NWIFC, NOAA, and individual Western Washington treaty tribes, they're not members that represent other agencies with West Coast fishery interests that are represented on the MU, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Columbia River tribes, the states of Oregon, Idaho, and California. FRAM modeling changes could potentially impact fisheries of interest to those parties, and it's important to include their perspectives and expertise when exploring PFMC modeling issues. So I don't see the MU as being redundant to co-manager modeling efforts that primarily occur in the SMOG. A short list of tasks of relevance that the MU has been instrumental in leading through the council process in recent years include a deep dive into FRAM representation of upriver Columbia summer Chinook, production of the online FRAM user manual, production of the FRAM overview documentation, a FRAM performance evaluation, and the facilitation of the production and presentation of the Oregon Production Index and Willapa Bay Coho forecast methodologies for review. The NWIFC statement also says that newer proposed changes to FRAM methodologies should be presented to the SSC and STT for review prior to implementation. In my view, the role of the MU is to help develop such new or changed methodologies and facilitate bringing them to the SSC and STT for their review. One of the major issues regarding the MU is the current number of vacancies on the work group. There are a number of reasons for those vacancies, including staff turnover and the fact that the number of individuals across organizations with FRAM expertise has declined rather than increased in recent years. I don't have any recommendations today other than to ask again for time for the USD Washington co-managers to have discussions on the future of the MU. I do see a high value in the MU as it gives the council a body of experts it can turn to with issues related to the co-manager FRAM models that are used as a critical part of salmon season planning for a large portion of the West Coast. Perhaps there could be a value in building expertise for state, tribal, and federal staff coastwide across the other fishery models through the MU. I understand the interest in establishing clearer roles and responsibilities, concerns with membership that cross lines between the STT and MU, et cetera. But I do think we can find ways to address those concerns and believe that the MU has and can continue to play an important and valuable role for the council. Thanks for listening to me ramble there.
All right, thank you. Corey Ridings, I see you raising your hand.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Addix, for that. I'm just going to own that my little hobbit brain couldn't keep up with you there. But I appreciate the information that I did catch and what you are providing. As I suggested earlier, maybe a council staff report or something that would help us all get our heads around that. And as well as the information you just provided, maybe you could provide that in written format. So those of us that are less experienced in this process could fully understand what we're talking about here. Also specifically, thank you for pointing out the co-manager conversations that you were, I guess, supposed to be held. I had not remembered that from 2022. So appreciate you bringing that up and of course, support that process.
Thank you. Susan Bishop. Sorry, did I miss a hand here? Susan Bishop, then Dr. Len.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess maybe just an observation a little bit in all this conversation is we get so focused on what is happening right now that we sometimes forget the history of some of these groups and the longevity in which we need to establish these groups. You know, roles change over time, dynamic changes over time, but we need to build in the structure of these groups to be robust to those changes. So we are constantly having catch up. I appreciated a lot of the things that Mr. Addick said about the representation, you know, where the vacancies are, what we might need to be pivoting to, the very considered formation of the group and the very explicit decision that it was not focused on one specific task or another, that it was to add benefit to the process in general. So as we go through and consider the changes that we're making here, we keep an eye out towards the long view, not just the immediate things that needs to be addressed. We have a lot of talent that's involved. You know, my observation of the MU, just as one example, is that some of these groups also provide very important role in crosswalking among multiple management forums that we're involved in. So Pacific Salmon, I mean, salmon is unique in the breadth that it goes. So we have the Pacific Salmon Commission, we have the PFMC, we have the North Falcon process, and the ability for people to have people with that expertise in this group that can speak across those forums and alert the council if there are potential factors that come up. So, and there are very specific ways in which this council communicates and operates and speaks to some degree. There's a cultural element to it. So one of the times in which the MU I thought was very helpful was a conversation that had when there was a new forecast methodology proposed for Willamette Bay Coho. And there was information that was requested by the SSC to be provided. There was escalating frustration, let's just say, when that information was not provided in the time frame that they would like or in the format that they would like. The difficulty was that in many of the management staff that was tasked with providing that information is not part of this process, didn't really understand why it was needed or its role in this process. And so the MU in particular played a very important, in my view, facilitation role to help work through that process. The importance at the end date was that the council needs approved ACLs to move forward in each year. And that engagement by the MU helped to resolve an issue that allowed the council to move forward with that very important issue. So I think it's more than just the technical expertise that's brought, it's the broader context that a lot of these staff bring to inform the council and help us do our jobs.
Thank you. Dr. Len?
Thank you very much. And I think Ms. Bishop's comment sort of is in the same line. I don't intervene a lot on salmon, as you noticed. It is really complicated, and I'm hoping that at my next meeting and third meeting, some of it will soak in, if only by osmosis. I do think that there's an issue with the number of scientists who can engage in this. It sounds like we really need to make sure we're taking care of the new cohort of scientists coming through and mentoring and making sure that we have enough so that when we have these layers, there's not this conflict. So let's pay attention to new and upcoming scientists who are coming into the profession. The other thing I wanted to say, and I should have thought of this 2 days ago when I started reading these materials, but do we know if other councils have one COP for all of their methodology reviews? Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you. And that question, I don't have the answer. I'm not sure at this point. We've looked into that. Asia Chumillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And this is what I was trying to get at when I was saying it, that like all the FMPs are super different, is that all the councils are really different too, and they do this process really differently. And I don't think that there's any one way we should approach it. And I've seen it in this council a couple of times where there's been this like sort of backdoor, and I've done it myself. When I first came here, I was like, gosh, this could be more consistent. If we all did it the same way, it would be so much easier. But the FMPs are so different from each other. And salmon in particular is wildly different and has so many more moving pieces than the others that I resist trying to map those processes onto this one or this one onto those ones. And so, it's what is the goal of consistency and what are we choosing to do? If we choose to seek consistency here, what are we taking? Like, what are we avoiding doing? What other work are we avoiding doing for fishermen? And I think this is a case where, like, I don't know that we gain anything. If we were just trying to solve this one little thing with salmon, then I want to keep it there and not let it smush out into everything else. So, thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any hands right now. I'm going to pause a little bit and try and summarize. The task before us was to adopt proposed updates to COP15 for public review. I've been hearing that we are maybe not ready to go in that direction, but maybe we need some clarity. I believe I heard in Marcy Remko's comments about coming back in June to get back to this topic about COP15 updates. The discussion regarding the MEW, that acronym MEW is included in COP15. So if there's any further review, we can take that up. A different piece, I think, in my mind is the function of the MEW and the makeup. The discussion about what it does is good here. If you want to change any parts of that, that would be under C5 or at future meetings, whatever agenda talks about appointments. If there are other tasks, and I heard requests maybe for more information about the history of the MEW, how they meet, what they've done under workload planning, we could be clear on what the council would like to hear regarding the MEW and its functions there. So there are several pieces here before us right now. I want to look around and get the pulse about what we're going to do about COP15 and public review. And as I said, I believe I heard sentiment that it's not ready to go for public review, and I would not anticipate a motion at this time to send it out for public review. Did I misread that? Marcy Uremko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, you didn't misread that. I would offer a motion on the point of COP 15, and we'll speak through that and hopefully move this forward. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Are you ready with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move the council schedule a review of proposed amendments to COP 15 at the June 2025 council meeting, considering initial revisions proposed in F2 attachment 3 and considering the recommended edits offered by the STT in F2A supplemental STT report 2.
Thank you. That language on the screen looks accurate and complete. You agree?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's pretty clear that we have not had enough review and we are not yet ready to put this COP back out for public review. I think there are a lot of needs to update the language. Again, appreciate the initial crack at this effort undertaken by council staff, and pretty clearly the STT has some ideas. The SSC, I certainly think they have a lot to offer to the content of COP 15. And so would look forward to their specific recommendations to COP 15 at a future time. I think we'll all benefit by being able to take a step back and think about the content a little on a little longer timeline. And I believe this motion gets us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there any questions for clarification on the motion? Sharon Kiefer.
Just to clarify, I recognize you call out for consideration the specific revisions in F2 Attachment 3 and those offered by the STT, but I assume the intent of your motion is not to preclude should the SSC come forward with some suggestions that would not be precluded from the review.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, we certainly want those proposed edits. What I was trying to, I think, avoid doing here was adopting the edits offered by the STT, because I want us to be inclusive in our process of reviewing COP 15. So I think we have a good first step taken by council staff, have an additional bite at the apple that's been offered by the STT, but I think a lot of additional review is warranted. And I don't know that we will get to, well, I think we'll just need to look at the timeline and what makes sense for adopting, if we adopt a version for public review in June, then that sets us on a course. We may not get there. We may need to spend a little longer. So I think coming back in June, I would expect that this topic would be agendized on the SSC's agenda for the meeting, and perhaps others like the SAS. So we'd look forward to that input and taking up the next step there in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarification? Not seeing any hands. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Now let's take a break and task Angela with summarizing and telling us if we've done all our work here or not.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you all had a very thorough discussion on the two methodology review topics, and you approved for use the FMSY value for Sacramento River Falls Chinook for 2025, and for the cohort reconstruction, applying the specific components when possible and appropriate. And for the COP 15 updates, we will come back in June and pick up that discussion at that time with additional input from advisory bodies.
All right, thank you. Before I close this agenda item out, see if there's any last questions, comments, discussion. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Before we close, I just wanted to put something back out there that I talked about earlier, which was the concept of a council-wide recusal policy for all of our technical teams in these processes. My thinking is just it's a relatively small step we could take to add to the scientific integrity in what we do here in the review process. So just throwing that out again, curious if other council members have ideas or feedback. Director Burden has his pen up.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you. And appreciate the reminder, Ms. Ridings, of that topic. So something that we've talked with General Counsel about over the last year and a half or so. There is an item on our year at a glance that has been just pushed back due to, I think, General Counsel's staffing issues. But that item is the recusal handbook. And so perhaps we can talk with General Counsel about the development of that handbook, when it might be coming forward. And I guess I would start there. And that might address many other questions that you're raising.
Corey?
Thanks, Director Burden, for that. I'm just going to express some confusion, and this is just going to be my ignorance over not fully knowing what you're talking about. I assumed the council-wide, the recusal handbook actually had to do with council members. And I'm thinking about more of a technical team, scientific bodies, to ensure that we have the scientific review processes integrity there. I probably am just misunderstanding the handbook, so just looking for some clarity there.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Ms. Writings. Admittedly, I don't know exactly what the handbook will entail at the end of the day, but we've, in the limited discussions that I've had with some members of General Counsel, we've asked for it to include council considerations in addition to some of the scientific considerations, because there are important recusal issues when the SSC is making a determination. It's important that you're flagging for scientific integrity. And of course, there are the recusal issues we're familiar with here around this table. So I think it's appropriate to ask for both. I'm not sure where they stand at the moment, and I'm not sure if Ms. Stanley is able to address those questions or not, but I'll look her way.
Rose Stanley, anything to add there?
No, thank you. This is on our radar, and I know that we are scheduled, I think, to come back in March to talk about recusals, if I'm recalling correctly, but not prepared to get into this at this meeting, but it is on our radar for a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's on the radar. Hopefully we don't need a motion to remind us to come back in March and think about that. And with that, seeing no other hands, I'll close out this agenda item and pass the gavel back to our chair for some updates on how we'll move forward.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. You did so well yesterday afternoon and struggled so much this morning. So we're almost 2 hours behind. So we're going to break now for lunch, come back at a 12:45 and get the Snickers bars out because we're going to be here for a while. So, all right.
Recording stopped.